It's time for AEW Dynasty, the very first of this type of pay-per-view. We've got Will Ospreay and Bryan Danielson to look forward to, as well as Swerve versus Samoa Joe. Let's go. It's going to be a fun night.
This is the hardcore legend, Mick Foley. Well, hello and welcome to Give Me a Oh Yeah. I hope everyone there, right there in Yorkshire, is having a nice day. Bang, bang. Have a nice day. Yeah.
Hello and a very warm welcome to the Give Me a Oh Yeah Wrestling Podcast. I hope you're having a great day, great week, great afternoon, whatever it is in your time in the world. For me, it's 1 a.m. But we are here for AEW Dynamite. We are going to have polls. We are going to have fun. We are going to have some conversations about some wrestling. And speaking of conversations about our wrestling, it's our Sassy's back. Get in. Welcome to the live stream of AEW Dynasty. We are honored to have you here. She won't want me making a big deal of the fact that Sassy's back, but Sassy's back. Yes. Tonight started on a good note. Please like and subscribe. It really helps us out. Patreon and Super Chat are now open for donations. I haven't seen the Patreon in ages. But Super Chat are open. And the join button, if you want to be a member, you can. It's available at every budget with special emojis and perks. You can see one of Sassy's special perks, because not only is she an awesome moderator, she's also a member. Thank you so much, Sassy. Check out our channel for interviews, discussions, unboxing, reactions, predictions, live streams, and gameplays. That's what we're doing, baby. I had a nightmare today. Let me tell you about it in a minute. Check out Ant and his GM gameplay. Thanks, Sassy. Thanks. Thank you, darling. Connect to support the Howdy Hangout. Howdy Hangout. That's what it should be. I might, can I record over Dom's video and just do the audio going, Howdy Hangout. He'll put it on the stream. He'll be shocked to hell. I might figure that out with Dan. Please support WrestleSphere, Soundsphere, Wrestling Royalty, Tom Talks Rubbish, Misfit Wrestling Podcast, and We Are the Ones, as well as Mipper, as well as Eddie. Support your local wrestling YouTubers, man. And even if you're not local, welcome to all. Please respect the privacy and opinions of others in the chat. We are a wrestling family. We certainly are. We are a chilled out place, and we like to be chilled out and relax. So come and hang out with us. Check out our online shop for all your shopping and gifting needs. It's someone's birthday. Well, my goodness, they want a whole year hat. Let's go. A special thank you to the moderators and the wonderful job they do. I love you guys. That's Jack, as well as Mark, Mark reminded me that the stream was set up wrong on Twitter. Whoops, before I went for my nap. Thank you to the whole boys for such a variety of good content on the channel and interweb. You're welcome, my dear. The Sky Blue Hart crew better behave tonight. Mox is not on the card, so I'm waiting to be a... There we go. Sassy's loving it. Even a cat's joining in. Please support Wrestling Eve. Dan should be joining us tonight. And we did talk about it very briefly. But he is streaming right now, so I'll send him the link in a bit. In fact, I'll send him an invite now. Let's send him an invite now and see what happens. Dan. So how are you all? How's your week? How's your week's been? There you go. And there we go. Cool. Hey, Mox buddy. I think MJF returns tonight as a huge surprise. That would be a big surprise, Misfit. That would be a big surprise. That would be a cool surprise as well. Hi, says Jake. I'm so confused right now. Jake, welcome, bro. How are you doing? Why are you confused? What's up? I just got home. My grandpa's 85th birthday. Go on, lad. An 65th anniversary with my grandma. Banging. Get in. That's something to aspire to. I am never going to make a 65th anniversary. That's my life. Wow. And now we get to watch AEW. Cool, man. I'm glad to hear you bought the pay-per-view. 14 people in. Everyone hit that like button. It really helps us out. How are you all doing? We're going to have votes on tonight. We're going to enjoy the show. It's going to be a good one. I see the Grim in the crowd from GTS Wrestling. Oh, really? Okay, cool. I know it's pre-show, but the crowd looks empty. I heard that, but it is apparently a sellout, so I'm sure they'll start pouring in. Could be traffic issues. Orange Cassidy, there we go, getting the win. Of course he did. Anthony Gogo should have a match again soon. He certainly should. More likely, Jackie returns. Jackie is back as well. How you doing, Jack? Lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well. Jack as in Jake Perry. I'm named after him. There we go. Yeah, Jack Perry be coming back would be good as well. That should happen tonight, shouldn't it, during the Young Bucks match? We're 2 minutes away from it right now. What do you think is happening, guys? Let me know in chat. I do want to know, baby. I think we get more than one return. I think we get Jack Perry, MJF, and Jamie Hayter. I wish Jamie Hayter would come back. I don't know if it's going to happen. I know one person who will know if it's happening or not, but I just don't believe it. Hi, Jack, says Sassy. Hey, Mox Buddy, how is everyone? We've missed you. We have missed Sassy. Yes, the Bang Bang Gang wings. There we go. We have our new trios title champions. Not doing this garbage with 2 trio champions anymore. It's just that one. Uno. Oh, man, straight in with Jeff. $4.99 Super Chat. Thank you so much, Jeff. It helps pay for our StreamYards, as well as the fact I had a nightmare today. I was filming the penultimate episode for my GM mode. Footage got corrupted as I was filming. Can't get it back. I hadn't deleted my solid state drive, so it had gone to max and lost all the content. What a nightmare. So I had to spend a couple of £100 on getting a new solid state drive. So thank you, Jeff. That'll help me do that. What's up, man? A little donation for the Dynasty stream. I appreciate that, brother. I think we'll have at least match of the year candidate tonight, and it's probably Hook versus Jericho. You paid money to say that. You paid money to say that. What do you think that I'm not going to rip the shit out of that because you just paid money? Hook versus Jericho. Don't be so ridiculous. That match is going to be. Yeah, I mean it might be fine, but it won't be. I love you, Jeff. Nice to see you, Cincy, bro. Yes, Bang Bang Gang wins. They better have won this match. If they lost to the Acclaimed, I would have been upset. A lot of people said that straight at Mikey. Good to hear. Hey, Sassy. So good to have you back. I wonder what it's going to be then. A joint Ring of Honor? Or just AEW? Or what? Sorry, I don't know what that was about. I was burping and at the same time, like my whole body just went, nope, not doing it. And there we go. I've got them on the stream, but they have sent me one. Yes, they have. There we go. Let me go here. Just trying to get on this. We are 7 seconds away from Dynamite. Straight Edge Mikey is here. Hello, and everyone. Hello. This should be more organized. It's not. That is happening. Mute that tab. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the channel my friend, my pal. It's Dan.
Give me a hole, yes. Hello, brother. Do you want to also click the link and come on our one as well?
I certainly can. Sorry, guys. This is
there you go. So that way we're going to be on form and all linked.
I'm in your backstage.
You're in your backstage. Yes, you are, sunshine. Yes, you are.
Hello, everyone. Hello, the Pro Wrestling Eve and Give Me a Hull, yeah, worlds collide again.
It is. Worlds are colliding.
It's Dynasty. What are we doing? Watching an old 80s TV show tonight?
I know. I keep getting the title of this show wrong because it's like Dynamite, Dynasty, Dallas, and all of that all together. By the way, if you guys don't know who is joining us, this is Ant from the Give Me a Hole, yeah podcast.
Hey,
hopefully
guys.
you guys can hear him okay.
And for those of you on my channel,
if you're already not following the Give Me a Hole, yeah, guys, please go over to their channel and do. But remember, you guys should know more than him because you guys follow me. So
so let's set up the rules with this, guys. Every single match, we are going to have a vote, and we are going to see who the winners are by the end of the night. Is it going to be Give Me a Hull, yeah, or Pro Wrestling Eve? And I absolutely encourage everyone from Give Me a Hull, yeah, to go and sabotage Pro Wrestling Eve's stream and vote for the wrong one. However,
don't do that.
Absolutely, I'm doing that. However,
all right, our streams are also reliant on Emily doing shots.
Shots? What?
If we get one right, Emily downs a shot. So the more we get right, the more ridiculous Emily gets on stream.
But it's percentages, man. I don't care if you get them right or not. As long as my percentage is higher, I don't care. So go ahead. You can sabotage as much as you want as long as you subscribe to Pro Wrestling Eve's channel. The link is in the description, of course.
This is not okay.
I was planning on drinking a lot of whiskey, so...
Emily, welcome. How are you doing?
Hi. I just had to
nice
drive
to see
the dogs in from the garden. They just wanted to stand there, just in the middle of the garden, being like, "Now we're good. We'll just be here for a while."
Dogs will do.
Right, and we're peanut butter. Okay. But yeah, when we get it right, I do a shot. That's what we're doing. So we're going to win.
Really cool. That's really cool. Okay, everyone don't go sabotage completely. Just like half of you go sabotage. Choose who you are in chat right now by putting a cake emoji. And I've got 500 people watching, Dan. How are you doing?
You've got 500 people watching?
I'm sending them all over to sabotage your chat. I'm not
Fantastic.
really.
I would appreciate 500 people watching.
Yes.
Hey, who cares about the shots? Engagement right here, Dan. Engagement.
Exactly. And by the way, if you are a fan of the video game WWE 2K24, I'm showing my age here because I'm having to think about what these video games these days are called.
You just thought about the year. That's what you
kids don't play Alex Kidd and Miracle World anymore. Then you should head over to the Give Me a Whole Year channel, and he does these play-alongs of the booking. I don't know what the fuck they are. Can you help me?
I play women's GM mode, and I think you've got someone in chat right now. I don't know who it is. Is there a Listy J? Do you know a Listy J, Dan?
No.
I have been downloading so many of their creator wrestlers, which are all Pro Wrestling Eve related.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, man. So whoever Listy J...
They may have a different name on
exactly. But Listy J, if you are watching, I mean, I assume you're a huge Pro Wrestling Eve fan because you've uploaded like Pro Wrestling Eve arenas and all sorts on 2K24. Yeah, man.
His slick
Straight Edge Mikey says, let's go. I just subscribed. We'll have fun tonight. Let's enjoy and hope a lot of these matches will be a banger. I'm sure we can guarantee that we're kicking off with Pac and Okada.
Yeah.
What? Pac and Okada?
Yeah, Pac and Okada is the kickoff match.
You bring
Get in.
Start with the fireworks.
What snacks have you got tonight? Everyone in the chat, let us know what snacks you got tonight. Okay, I am currently eating a choc mint Kit Kat.
I had a Kit Kat chunky and then I ate it immediately.
I'm having a Kit Kat for Pac.
Nice. Is Pac a fan of Kit Kats?
Pac Cat.
Pac Cat.
For those of you on my channel that don't know who Dan is, Dan and Emily own Pro Wrestling Eve, one of the greatest women's only promotions in the world.
And to be clear, Ant's not the only one who thinks that. Will Ospreay said that publicly as well.
Yeah, several have said that.
If you value the words of Will Ospreay, then you also value the words of Ant, because Ant is echoing Will Ospreay. So Ant and Will Ospreay are effectively the same guy. Combined.
Right? If I have a shave, I look just like...
You would look exactly.
Who wins, Pac or Okada? The votes are up. Is your vote up, Dan?
No, it's not up yet. I'm changing the banner first.
So,
give me a moment.
Renee's suit, she's got that boxy 80s style jacket with the city shorts, but it's satin. Oh, it's so shiny. I love shiny.
Yeah, it's so going to be dirty by the end of the night. Is Pac lost weight? He looks really thin in the face.
I couldn't tell. I haven't
His muscle mass went down, but that was a while ago. He got like crazy big at one point.
Yeah.
I was worried something was going to tear just from him walking. I'm not going to lie.
Well, Pac legitimately has always been into bodybuilding, hence the name. Like his dad gave him the nickname of Pac because he had a six-pack. Because he had a six-pack from so young.
I'm so stupid. Yeah,
you are, but it's okay. And you were there when Pac was working for. No, were you? Was I already booking Pac?
He was a cute little skinny boy, and Zack Sabre Jr. was there
but he was
his emo fringe constantly.
But Pac was
ripped skinny boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when I saw him when he was in Dragon Gate, I was like, "Who did Pac eat Pac? What happened?"
Yeah. Did Pac eat Pac?
It was. If you can find some really old Pac matches, you'll see what I mean, because it's like he like was cloned and then ate himself. It was insane. It was so big.
Cheese toast. Had the money to get snacks. That's still snacks.
No,
Dairy milk with crunchy bits. Oof.
Oh, lovely.
I've got to say a huge thank you to Jeff for his $5 donation, who said we could have the match of the night tonight, and that could be Hook versus Jericho. We're not talking Chris Jericho. We're talking Lionheart.
Pac is going to win. So I'm going. If everybody watching wants to know Dan's prediction, I'm going to tell you what Dan's prediction is right now. Dan's prediction is about to come up on screen, and you should go with Dan's prediction.
What are you doing? What is this? What is this tactic to try and beat us tonight? Have you briefed everyone? Have you briefed everyone to vote the way you're going?
And remember, I am a booker.
And we win, which we will if you vote with Dan, I think, because he tends to...
I'm only a fan. And I say it's obvious that Okada wins. Let's go.
It is. We're all thinking
Of course
Okada.
it's obvious.
No one's got...
I have said it. And you rightfully of following what I said.
No, whoa.
There is a stream on Wednesday night, and I said on your stream on Wednesday night that Okada was going to win. And you're following it. And I agree. As Pac slaps the back of the head of Okada, and we are starting with a match that, as Chris rightfully pointed out earlier, is between someone who wrestled in Dragon Gate, and really that's where Pac made his international name, and someone who was trained by Ultimo Dragon, who started off his career training under Ultimo Dragon. So you have
there we go, man.
The familiarities and the similarities here, and this is going to be good. And I reckon, what do you reckon, 16, 20? It's got to be around that range that they're going to give this match.
Oh yeah, you want to use this as a showcase for Okada. I feel like Ospreay's had that showcase. We talked on this week's stream that you joined me for, Dan, about how out of the 3 signees that have come in, it feels like Ospreay's been sort of most warmed up to the crowd. These are 3 big free agents that have all come at the same time, and actually we've kind of warmed more to Will and his style more. This is an opportunity to do that for Okada right here, Dan.
Agreed. And we've got, like, they're going some time. Like, we're starting off with them feeling each other out. Okada with the big arm ringer right there. And you see the difference as well. When you're watching people like Okada and Pac, you see how they work just the simple arm ringer there. You know, so many times you watch wrestling, and when people, the youngsters are always very eager to just complete the move. And there they are fighting for the move. They are making every movement and motion mean something. And that is what makes those guys so good.
Oh, definitely.
It's a really good question here, by the way. Is Pac a heel or a face? Or a mix?
Kind of a mix, isn't he? He can play either. Like, with a switch, it doesn't really matter. He just leans into one side of it slightly more. Yeah, that's interesting, because is Okada a heel or a face?
Okada's definitely a heel.
He's a heel in terms of the but in the faction. But in terms of his matches, we haven't seen as much heelishness.
But he doesn't need to. A heel shouldn't need to cheat. You know, like here, or there are different types of heels. There are heels who cheat because they have to. Heels who cheat because they want to. And Okada is not someone who needs to. Like, Okada is that level. And I think that that's good, because it's the attitude as a person that makes Okada a villain. It is not necessarily the fact that he needs to cheat within matches. And that is just something that we haven't been used to. Beautiful.
Lovely.
Twist and moonsault from Pac from the inside to the outside on Okada. And that is a style of storytelling that American audience or Western audiences haven't had with their baby faces and heels. And so therefore I think it confuses people, because it is more of a international style of storytelling with characters.
There we go. Really good point,
and and I think that's where some people, like, you know, wonder about it, because it's a new form of you know, identifying heels and villains, not necessarily by cheating. Which is really because of...
We get it everywhere. Like in movies at the moment, it is very good guys, bad guys. So it's almost like TV or re-showing an audience that there can be an in-between, you know? It can be more character and character.
Name me a TV show that's not done a grey protagonist in the last 20 years. You know?
I'm thinking. Well, my mind right now is actually more on the movie Civil War, because...
is that what you went to see?
I saw that last week.
What did you go see
today?
tonight?
I went and saw Challengers, and I walked out of Challengers.
What is
that? Zendaya tennis movie.
Yeah, the first film that I have ever walked out of.
Wow.
Lifts Okada up to the top rope. Now, the reason why I go to Civil War is because when we went and saw Civil War with our friend Ryan came out going, I struggled because I didn't know who the good guys and the bad guys were. And that's kind of what the point of the movie, though, was. You weren't supposed to. But Ryan's beautiful top rope brainbuster suplex. But
bouncy.
But Ryan's point was so relevant because Western audiences are so used to just clear-cut heroes and villains that when you produce a movie that is more about the story of what's going on as opposed to just good guy versus bad guy, it sometimes confuses the audience because they look to what's familiar. And when they don't get what's familiar, they feel like something's amiss.
It's an amazing movie, by the way, but my recommendation is have a comedy or something like lined up to watch after it, because it's deep.
Heavy.
Very intense.
It's
very intense.
very necessary, I think. An amazing film.
What are the odds on a Pac breaking his ankle and Okada slapping the ref saying, "Pac's hurt, you idiot"? Not high. Not high.
There was a nice reference there to a Jericho match for sure.
Will
I love
there be
Renee's
an
interview.
Object involved in this match.
Kota Ibushi?
Well, there's going to be a hammer involved. We saw the tease of that, didn't we?
Yeah, we had that on Dynamite, didn't we? With
we did.
The trios and Pac going to use the hammer to defend his team from a post-match beatdown.
Yeah,
So I would like to think that we won't get a tease of the hammer in the opening match of the pay-per-view itself.
See, because I don't watch the weekly TV, that's all a mystery to me.
Yeah, Pac and when he was with Death Triangle, Emily, he was using the ring bell hammer a lot in the feud with the Elite. So that was
in the feud with Okada. It's not Okada, with Kenny Omega.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. And obviously this was well pre Okada, but with Pac being away for such a long time, and they brought back the hammer at the Dynamite, I assume it's going to play some sort of role in this.
Okay.
Yeah. I just hope that that's not what we get. I just don't feel we need it in the opening match, but you know.
Hammer in the first match.
What do you think,
lot.
by the way, will be the main event of this show, Ant?
Oh, it's got to be the title match for sure.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, it's got to be.
There is a lot of people saying that Will and Bryan.
Yeah, that won't even be the second to last. That'll be the third to last.
I would hate to follow Will and Bryan, but there is also the chance that Will and Bryan goes in a similar way to Okada and Bryan at the first Forbidden Door. Now, of course, there was the issue with the broken arm that happened during that match.
Yeah.
But, you know, like, I wonder if people will just have a level of what Bryan and Will can be, that no matter how good it gets, they won't accept it. But the crowd have been so hot tonight that I think we're in for a real treat.
I was going to say, I don't think that's going to happen with this one.
Yeah, the crowd were tremendous during the pre-show. Absolutely tremendous.
Let me tell you what I think the last three matches will be, because I have got the card up here.
We're going back and forth here. Oh, no.
So main event, I think, is going to be your Samoa Joe and Swerve Strickland. And then I think the match that you put on between that and Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay, which I think will be the third to last match, I think it's going to be Copeland, Matt Briscoe, and Eddie Kingston versus House of Black. I think they're going to do some...
women?
Which is what, sorry?
The women. People used to use the women's match as a rest match.
By the way, speaking of great drop kicks, which was a subject we had earlier, Okada with a tremendous drop kick now.
His drop kicks are beautiful.
Oh, he does, yeah. He does.
He does do a lovely drop kick.
The cheering for him, so he's a mix, says Deadpool. Yeah, the crowd are cheering for Okada a lot as well. I agree with you, man.
The thing is, it's like, I think what we know with the AEW audience.
I don't like that at all.
Elevate DDT.
And Okada laughing.
That's
so mean.
And perfectly timed with Chris's comment on our screen right now about how Okada's facial expressions are amazing.
And that is a heel, right?
That
Drop someone on their head, on the outside.
And laugh about it.
And then you laugh.
Yes.
He translates really well as well.
It's just
I think you're a few seconds ahead.
Villain style.
Love that move. It's kind of like the grey area that AEW presents with some of the wrestlers. Moxley, Pac, Hangman, Swerve, just to name a few. In the real world, rarely are people squeaky clean or pure evil, says Jeff. Interesting. Yeah.
Tom's saying that he thinks that Willow and Julia will be in between those matches.
I don't want to go back to using the women as a come down match, as a piss break.
No. I mean, I hope not. It kind of if they're gonna, they might be doing something silly with Mercedes. Maybe that's.
I think comedy matches. There's a lot to be said for them being a change.
Oh yeah,
AEW don't do comedy matches.
I know, and they should.
They should,
because it's a good, and isn't that a great rest between when you've seen an amazing match? You have people coming out and they're making you laugh. You can sit back, you can relax, you can be entertained. You could be laughing, and then you're ready to come up for another drama.
Just looking again, Okada's facial expression, because it's almost like he's mocking the
Mocking
two.
Pac.
Like,
yeah, man.
You look at the timing. Again, Okada is someone that's not afraid to take time.
Yeah.
And yet it doesn't feel like we're just wasting time. This doesn't feel like, we go back years gone by where we would all get frustrated because a chin lock would happen, Like, it feels like everything means something. Like, it doesn't feel like we're just wasting time and trying to take time for the sake of taking time. Everything feels like it matters. Everything feels like it means something. Everything feels like it's helping to build for something else.
It's what threw me when I first saw Okada is I was shocked because he wasn't rushing at all. He was so much slower and taking his time a lot more than everyone else. And it threw me to start with. But you're right. It never felt like it was dragging, but it was noticeable when I first watched him.
Okada going for a back suplex back from behind.
Was saying, you're going to watch it on my terms and you're going to enjoy this. It's going to be great. And we're going how I say we're going. And that's,
absolutely.
You're the one telling the story.
Springboard moonsault coming up from Pac here by the looks of it.
Interesting to that point, Sean in our comments says, beautiful height on there.
Yeah. Springboard moonsault from Pac to Okada.
Wow.
And this is the thing, just as they calmed the match down a little bit, Okada was on top. Pac knows that he needs to get the match back on his terms. So what does he do? He takes to the air. A desperate, because it's important to know that, like, what the meaning of that top rope. That meaning of top rope is high risk. And if you're going to the high risk, then you need to have a big reward. And that is what's just happened. Pac went for the high risk. He was on the defensive, goes to the high risk, gets the reward, turns the tables around.
Certainly was. Great move there. Emily, to your point earlier, Sean Akers says, I can see Okada going undefeated for a year. I think he might do. I think in terms of like that slow build for Okada as opposed to come in and have these sort of epic matches straight away, I think the slow build, and I think he will go undefeated for a long time.
And I like that because then that is a slow build that suits his wrestling style, which is always this slow build, not boring, a slow build.
I want that. All right, you two. Ant, you going first? What's your dream Okada match here in AEW as Pac hits a big running forearm, Tito Santana style, to drop Okada? What's your one Okada dream, match that you're looking forward to here in AEW?
It's got to be Omega, man.
Omega. Understand.
I was going to say,
go on. No, you can pick the same.
I'm so bored. I was going to say, I feel really boring. I want him and Kenny again. So
that's if you got Omega and Okada at Wembley, like that place that would sell tickets. That's a ticket match across the world.
Yeah,
do it on American shows. Why not do it at Double or Nothing? That will sell tickets.
For me, it's like I think it's a fresh, like something that hasn't been done on a big scale. I've seen Okada, and the thing is, I will be there watching Okada versus Omega when it happens. Don't get me wrong, but my choice is going to sound boring, but I so want it. I want Okada and Joe.
You want Okada and Joe?
Okada and Samoa Joe, man. I'm telling you.
Why not?
And it's different to what every other match with Okada is going to be. Okada and Joe will have a completely different match to Okada and everyone else. Nice.
Oh, beautiful spin out, going for the hidden blade almost there.
I would like him to be in a long story program and have it build, because his storytelling ability is next level in how he tells a story through wrestling. And when you put an emotional attachment of a story. And so I guess that's what I want to see. And with him and Kenny, I've seen them tell the story. So I suppose I don't have an opponent if it's beyond Kenny. I want a story.
Both these men, sorry, just got to say, because of what we've just seen in the ring, and the crowd literally brought to their feet, like literally from these two just trailing these big moves, with Pac taking a wicked bump off the shotgun drop kick.
Pac is just selling.
And the crowd,
just selling.
Mate, the bump, the wicked bump, wicked bump. And you hear the crowd. And what was it from? It was a wicked bump off a drop kick.
It was a drop kick, yeah?
It was a drop kick. It was a wicked bump from a drop kick that brought a crowd. Now, granted, everything else has helped lead to it here, but still, we haven't seen really, like, these boys aren't killing. Everyone that has a go at AEW saying, oh, they're killing each other and someone's going to end up dead and all this other ridiculous over-the-top things that people say because they're desperate to be relevant still and get clicks. Completely bollocks and proven when we see something like this.
Yeah.
Tom Petchino saying Okada versus Copeland. I actually would like to see that as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I like
One,
that.
two. If we're a little bit ahead of you, click the live button and that will bring you up with the same. That's what I found. Sometimes somehow it just ends up being a bit back.
Yeah. Oh, now I'm buffering.
And I don't even know how.
Jesus Christ, did you just kill Pac? Yeah, it does. It's really weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've had the same.
I've got Okada climbing to the top rope right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you when he jumps off. He's jumping off now.
Same, exactly the same.
Exactly the same. That's what we like.
No, because
Okada lands the elbow, and we now know what he's going to signal for. Will the camera crew time it right?
Look at him working the crowd, and
exactly.
I love him. Look, telling the crowd, come on.
This is a worker.
And also, not Big Hogan style, just come on.
Oh! Yes, boy!
Middle finger from Okada!
Yes, boy! Yes!
You're not getting
Okada making it look like he was going to give us the Rainmaker pose, getting the crowd up to their feet just for it, only to give them the middle finger. Beautifully small package, 2.
1,
but 2.8. Beautifully timed.
Nice. So good.
Pat getting up.
As Chris saying, there's a lot of history with Okada and Joe because Okada was Joe's sidekick in TNA.
Oh, I keep buffering. I'm having real problems with my internet today. The Mimosa match between Orange Cassidy and Jericho. Disagree about no comedy matches in AEW.
We just don't get... We don't really get them, like, because OC these days is in serious matches. He just has a couple of comedy spots. But there's
Orange
a difference
Cassidy,
between comedy spots and comedy matches.
Yeah.
Like a comedy movie doesn't mean a movie that's got some funny lines in it.
Exactly. Abigail has a great number of funny moments in it. Beautiful avalanche suplex there. No. Abigail is a movie that we watched the other day. Has a great load of comedy one-liners in there, but it is absolutely not a comedy. It is a horror primarily.
Or is Tucker and Dale versus Evil?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, especially when you look at your comedy matches. You know, when you have a comedy match, and it's a very
and just in general, like beautiful. Look at this. Look at Okada's face reaching out for the ropes. Like he knows he's far away, but he's just so desperate to stop the German from happening that he's being tortured with might happen at any moment there.
These two are one of the top wrestlers in the world, so a great way to start off a pay-per-view. I agree with you, man.
Like, I'm pretty sure. Let me have a quick look.
I'm a big believer that this is how you start a pay-per-view.
Why is 55% of my audience choosing Pac? You bastard! You know he's not winning. Back to the top rope. Twisting shooting star misses.
Black Arrow misses.
Guys.
Okada versus Danielson versus Kenny versus Ospreay.
Who the hell is voting? I'm going over to your channel and I'm choosing Pac.
Oh, your one vote doesn't bother me. Your audience are too nice. Hey, I've just got you a load of engagement. Be happy, right?
Doesn't count though because they're logging on and logging off or whatever it is.
No, they're not. They're only allowed to do it if they're subscribed, Dan.
Boom! And again, we saw it earlier with the Avalanche DDT on the floor. Follows up with the tombstone, and we know the Rainmaker, that clothesline that whips them out, takes their head off, whiplash on the neck. Here comes the Rainmaker. Catches, rolls through, 1, 2, and no. And this is the beauty of it. We all know that Okada is willing this, but the crowd are there. They don't care. They are going with it.
Roll through. 1. I'm here for it. Man, when you tell us a good story like this, man, and you just give me some simple wrestling moves delivered beautifully with some great storytelling, I'm here for it, man.
Absolutely. I'm here for it. Pac has a standing brutalizer on Okada.
And I said these two will have the crowd believing that maybe they're wrong.
Yeah.
We all think Okada, but you know what? Maybe we're wrong.
Okada going to the eyes. There's the desperation. There's your Western heel work, and that you and your viewers are so desperate for.
We've seen a lot more of it in this match than we have done so far.
Because this is his biggest match.
Yeah,
if he wrestles the same and needs desperation against everyone, how are you making it? People mean more.
It's like when you
Tombstone from Pac.
Oh, Tombstone.
It's like saying your opponent's rubbish. Well, then what does it mean if you beat them?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That depends. I don't buy into that. That's the Arn Anderson way. That depends. Okada pulling on the ref to block Pac hitting the black arrow.
Go on, Okada. You said he wasn't going to be a normal Western heel. He's so Western.
No, I said you haven't necessarily seen it, and you're still not, because the level he's going to against Pac is so different than everyone else.
Love it. Love it.
Pac going for the black arrow.
He's going to come out in jodhpurs and butterfly jeans next week.
Oh my God.
Oh, into the face! Into the face! That's going to be it.
2, 3.
Yeah, what's your chin, love?
What has become Dan versus the viewers? Again, Dan wins.
Yeah. Let's pause it right there. There we go. Ending the poll. Thank you all so much for your votes, and for those of you that are subscribed to Pro Wrestling Even, make sure that you voted over there.
I'm sorry that the people watching weren't smart enough to vote with me, because I am 4-0.
This is why no one is letting me have whiskey, because you're being such an arrogant ass about being right all the time that everyone just votes against you.
Let me ask you something. Is it arrogance if you're right?
Be likable.
It's confidence.
Be likable. Oh,
stop being the Western heel, Dan. So what percentage of your audience said Okada was going to win, Dan?
Oh no, I clicked off.
No, you didn't. I'll just bring it up on your YouTube page, Dan. Don't make me do that. What percentage of your audience, Dan?
58% said Pac, 41% said I get no shot. I get just to get to sip my bar cola.
Great.
So that's team 1 to give me a whole yeah. Go on, team. Look, you've got a very English audience, Dan, and they all love Pac, and they all wanted to see him win. There's a lot of passion there, right?
Just saying. Dan is 4-0.
Dan is 4-0. This isn't about Dan. This is about Pro Wrestling Eve.
Oh, it's always about Dan. Okay. And I'd just like to say, Ryan saying Okada and Darby Allin, it would be. Tom says, spend Dan's money, make him pay for Emily's whiskey shots. It's the same account.
Yeah, but sorry. I like to in shops be like you pay.
I don't know. Let's listen to that crowd.
Lots of love there.
And then they turn it down. No, it wasn't pre-filmed.
No, it was. This is the same ad. It's the same ad, darling.
Okay, it's like a dress jacket.
Rainmaker is a weak finish. Probably should get a new finish. No, it's it's not necessarily it's unpopular. But what I will say, Tom, is I thought the same thing at first, but it will mean something, because the match is so built up to it. Trust me, give it time. You will feel it. You will feel it, because I felt the same way the first time.
So did I.
Tom also says I vote with Dan all the time. Damn right.
I can't read half the comments in my chat, but I think my favorite is Dan just straight up insulting his audience.
I'm not insulting my audience. I'm insulting anybody that doesn't vote with me. There's a difference. My audience would vote with me.
They love it. They love it.
If they are truly my audience, or they can convince me otherwise.
Give me a whole yeah. We are 1-up. Congratulations.
Hello, Jack Bombard. Good to see you, my friend. I'm saying due to potential sabotage, Emily should go off Dan's prediction. Right? I'm with you, brother. I'm so with you.
You can't keep changing the rules.
No. I always said you should go with my prediction. I said that at the start. You should go with who I think wins.
Is that what you said?
Basically.
So when are
Basically,
we
he's briefed
Pretty
everyone.
much.
Vote
I
with
thought that
me.
people would vote with me, but because of sabotage, that's not happening.
Okay.
So
It's
therefore,
not
you can't really
sabotage,
go
it's
by that.
engagement.
I just can't. Right, so you go with you follow your husband. You be a good wife, and you
Now
follow
I'm not
your
bloody
husband.
doing it, am
I
I
knew I was going the wrong way.
Doing.
Okay, so
No.
basically, don't do what I say.
What's your words?
Do the
Mr. Reed?
opposite of what I say. You must do the opposite of what I say. Now what do you
I'm
think?
going to bed.
Oh. I don't know what he's done there. I don't know. I was like getting mesmerized by what he was saying. Do as I say. Don't do as I say. I just be like, shit. Give me the jack, man.
I was
Right.
gonna say.
We got House
we're
of Black.
starting on the next one, and I guess I'm doing shots if we are right.
Do you know the
and
Hart?
I'm not gonna lie. I go with what Dan says because he tends to be right, and I like winning. So from this
And
match
drinking.
on, what Dan says, if he's right, I do a shot as a supportive wife.
Yes, as a supportive
I
wife.
believe you. I stand behind you. Be likable.
Oh, this
It's
is
funny because he's more likable than me.
that's not
True.
true. That's not true.
Oh, it's true. It's
I
true.
much prefer you, Emily.
On now, Hob. That just could be anyone, but I've got to trying to do it. Okay, I've got to write it in
I thought
full.
you meant like a big roll, but that's a cob.
Right. House of Black versus what's Cope's team
You
called?
could do big H,
Cope,
little O, big E.
Eddie,
That's what you should have done.
Briscoe.
But you
Nice
did
to
Hob
see
all in
Black.
capitals.
I've not seen them for a while. They tend to put these guys over on the Collision, and so just don't get a chance to see
Do
them.
the poll then.
So I'm just going to make something clear. Dan's prediction
Dan's prediction
is House of Black.
Okay. I'm pouring my shot ready. I believe in you, Dan. That's how much I believe in you.
Team, give me a
Right,
whole
and-
yeah.
Just so you know, right, the only shot glass type glass I have is one that a mini cheesecake came in. So I'm not doing an entire mini cheesecake sized shot of whiskey because
That's not a goo. One of the
Not
goo
a shot.
ashtrays that we all use.
I don't.
You
have,
know,
I
listen.
don't have anything that can measure. I don't even have a flipping medicine spoon.
You know you have too many championships in your promotion when you can lose 2 and still have 1 left.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
noticed you're making
yeah.
a Triple Crown, but you've been
Triple Crown.
sabotaged, but the
Bullshit.
polls are getting more voters. So bad for Dan, good for it. Nah, not really good. Like, nah. So let's do it, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. So start a poll. Who wins?
There we go. House of Black. The poll is up on the Gimme a Hull Yeah.
House of Black. Cope. Mark.
Do you know what's really funny, Dan? At the start of these matches, I'm seeing my numbers go up, and I assume that's people from your channel coming over to give me a few negative votes, and I'm here for it.
I don't understand. So, guys, this is the link to the Give Me a Hole Yeah channel. If you want to just head on over there.
Hang on, no, that's saving people work, Dan. That's not fair.
And just kind of balance shit out by voting for, in this case, my prediction is that House of Black win because you want to set up challengers for Adam Copeland. And the person that we should really be setting up is Tommy End. So, I did the thing. What is his name? Alistair Black. I promise I'm not trying to be that guy.
Malachi Black.
We should be setting up.
Malachi Black.
Is he Malachi? Oh, right. Okay, that as well.
You've done it 3 times now.
Fuck me. So
being that guy.
Setting up Malachi Black versus Adam Copeland. So,
Yeah, man. Baby Lord, we're watching AEW Dynasty right now, my friend.
Emily, as a fan, you should have shots if Dan is right. Yes. Dan, do you prefer the AEW pay-per-views? Absolutely.
Oh, easy.
The Rated R Chicken Hawks. Rated R? What the hell am I saying? The Rated R Chicken Hawks. That's great. Rated R Chicken Hawks. That's the name. Yeah, House of Black. Oh, you think House of Black won't win this? Interesting, Tom. What's your reason?
I don't know. I don't know if I know who's winning this, to be honest with you.
I honestly just don't see why, like, This is your way of setting up challenges, because you got a team of 3 champions and you got a team of 3 guys that don't have a belt.
So you're going to have the faces win then?
Now you got Bang Bang Gang who have got the trios titles. So you're likely not setting up Bang Bang Gang versus House of Black immediately. So this is your opportunity to set up some singles championship matches.
Yeah,
so that's
basically
the reason why. So here's what I will also say. The team that should win is House of Black. And if that team doesn't win, then the wrong team won. There you go.
What do you mean, Jack? Let me know. Rated Chicken Hawks. That's the name of the team.
I don't know what you mean, my brother. May I say, as Delina has been accused of not paying someone, her and Black bought me a food ship when I was at my worst. That's so cool. Like, well, bad that it was you in that position in the first place, but so nice that you said that was a thing that happened. So, like, I don't know Zelina. I haven't spoken to Malachi Black in probably about 3 years now. But Malachi Black was someone that was very interested and a supporter of women's wrestling. And when I was running mixed shows, so guys shows as well as women's shows, Malachi Black did work for me. So
because Malachi
it doesn't surprise me. Malachi Black also is a very, like, if anyone was to write an autobiography that would be very, very interesting about their life, it's Malachi Black. He's a guy that grew up in a cult, you know, like legit, like so much of the character.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Who?
He grew up in a cult.
Did he really? Mm-hmm. Didn't know that. So much of, you know, the Malachi Black character comes from legitimate knowledge through a learned and experienced history. I tell you, if that guy was to write an autobiography, people should buy it. Straight Edge Mikey saying House of Black should win this one, but this is tough. I mean, I could see Adam winning, but Heel should win this. Malachi versus Adam, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. I really don't know. I mean, I guess the faces win, but I really don't know.
So who is Ant's prediction? I put my name to a prediction.
Who is Ant's prediction? I think I've got to go. I've got to go with House of Black.
Damn right you have.
Because
damn right.
If you don't, then you're making them look like. I mean, it kills House of Black.
The only reason you don't put House of Black over is if House of Black are on the way out.
Yeah, true. Which could be.
And look, we're teasing. This is all about Cope and Malachi.
I mean, you're looking at two people.
Malachi.
You're looking at 2 people there who both have relationships within the WWE. Brody King, who was a huge friend of CM Punk. I think it was all friends with CM Punk, wasn't it?
Sorry, Ryan's just asked me, and I missed a question of Ryan's earlier. It's Eddie Kingston and Brody King trade the chops. And listen, look at this crowd getting hyped up, man. This is a great crowd. 6,500 people in there making the noise of 10,000. It's super.
They really are. They really are, man.
Ryan asked me earlier about working with, I believe, Ryan, your full question was Progress, Rev Pro, and WXW. The reason why it doesn't make sense to work with either Progress or Rev Pro or WXW is because, like, what are you going to do? You know, some of the characters, flow over, but they're playing different roles. So it doesn't really make sense from a story perspective. You're just causing confusion within your storylines and characters. Mm. From a behind the scenes aspect, we've worked with Progress before, we've worked with Rev Pro before. I get on very well with WXW. Like, I speak to the guys at WXW every week. So, and there's things that go on behind the scenes in us working together that people don't know about because it's business stuff, not, like a feud or promotion. So there are things that happen. They're just not necessarily on screen.
Jordan Kirby says, whose house is it tonight? It's Swerve's house.
It's Malachi Black's house. So does John Moxley not have a match tonight on the pay-per-view?
No, I assume, Sassy mentioned this earlier, and I think she's got a really good point. I reckon he's going to be on commentary for Danielson and Ospreay.
Yeah, that's plausible.
That's a fit.
He's very good on commentary the times that we have heard him. And I think he'll have something to that match. And because I think they're going into BCC versus the Callis family for an extended feud.
And then to keep Will with the Callis family longer. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I think they'll do Blood and Guts. And the thing is, you can have the whole story of is he going to work with the Callis family or not? To me, with BCC, with that involved and Blood and Guts, I think it could be great. I think it could be really good.
For me, I see it. Tom's saying, for me, I see it as the faces win, but Malachi and Brody force title shots through further attacks. See, I could see that if they were then going to get the belts, but if they just lose and then do an attack and then lose the title matches, then I'm like, what did they ever really get from it? And also, the story really could be more along the lines of the fact that Eddie and Mark Briscoe, have just had their match against one another, so you can go down that angle.
Malachi, while doing that, was locking eyes
with
Copeland. Yeah, really
eye
nice.
contact the whole way. Such a cool little detail.
And the other thing
really
is
sinister as well.
And the other
well
thing
on
is
camera
House
as well.
of Black have got the experience of a team that the other three don't. So there's story there also.
If you the faces have nothing to lose by losing, right? Because you can have it by confusion.
That's a great way of
House
putting
of
it.
Black will lose everything if they lose. Like, genuinely. Like, this is the biggest platform they've given to House of Black for a long time.
Tom's right that they can get a post-match attack to get their heat back afterwards. The issue is if they then lose the title matches afterwards, then you've just kind of, you brought them down, brought them up a little bit, but then brought them back down again, Tom just said that you guys really work together. Competing only hurts both companies as you share wrestlers. So no, we don't really share wrestlers. Like, we both just deal with the wrestlers independently. But yeah, like there's going to be some crossover where we use some of the same talent, but we use them in different roles.
Lana's probably a good.
Lana's a prime example. Lana's a big villain in progress, whereas she's a big baby face as part of a tag team with the Decibels and Eve. So, is
that the one that was at the last show in the singles match?
No, Ivy.
Ivy.
Yeah, Lana was in America at that point. So Ivy was in singles action at the last one.
A question for Dan. Have you ever worked with Zayda Steele? She's an awesome talent. Thanks, Michael.
I don't know who Zayda Steele is, so I'm guessing not.
There we go. Let us know.
I feel like we've possibly watched Zayda Steele on a Sunday night stream.
I definitely
Chris will probably be able to help us out on that. Mox doesn't have a match. He's got a match on Dynamite against Hobbs, which Chris just said there as well. I'll have to get the swear jar out of Mox on commentary. I love Mox on comms. Copeland said he wanted to wrestle Black on Dynamite a few weeks ago. Here we go. We got the chair involved between Briscoe and Buddy Murphy. I'd love to see Mark Briscoe and Buddy Murphy as a match.
Yeah, man, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Give me that and give me it on telly. Don't give me it on Ring of Honor. Make me watch it on telly. Oh
God.
What's he doing?
Honest. Here's the thing, right? The chair doesn't really add anything other than just giving you a little bit of help, but visually it does.
It does, yeah, because that's right. Yeah,
something so much more, and it's so cool. Mark Briscoe, honestly, is probably the best wrestler not featured on television on a regular basis, and has been for the last year or so. Because every time he's been on TV, he's made it count.
Yeah. And he's also, the crowd is so behind him as well.
Yeah, the dude's got so much charisma.
He really does.
Always had mad charisma.
And the thing is, we first worked with Mark Briscoe, 15 years ago or something, right?
The first UK Ring of Honor tour.
Yeah, and as a person, he has a charisma about him.
He's a cool dude. He is.
Wow!
Driver into the barricade.
The camera lens has been knocked off.
I didn't see that.
Did it?
Wow.
It had corners of the thing. You can see him fixing his lens on that shot there.
Wow.
Look, he's
yeah.
back on.
Yeah.
Just put my
the shield of it.
Together.
Yeah. If you watch when he gets the move, watch see how it knocks it off on the replay.
Ryan says, sorry, I'll come to that in a second. Straight Edge Mikey. Oh, did we watch her tonight? No, that was Zara. Was it Zayda that someone in Ant's chat said? We watched Zara.
Yeah, Zayda Steele. Yeah.
from New Japan Strong. Yeah. That's not Okada versus anyone from yeah, absolutely. Okada versus anyone. Okada versus
honest,
Buddy, Tommy, or
anyone.
Brody King. Like Brody King. Like, give me Okada and some big boys.
We've got David saying, I think Mox faces Hobbs Wednesday. He certainly does. That is the main event of this Wednesday Dynamite. You can come and hang out with me and watch it on Wednesday on Gimme a Hull, yeah, if you want. Dan may even join if he's awake, but we'll
That's
see
true.
if Dan's awake or not.
Yeah. Tom says, I know what you mean, just worded it. Zeta Steele is an up-and-coming wrestling USA. I think that we've watched her on a Sunday night. Tom, if you want to find a match of hers on YouTube and put it in for our Sunday stream next week, please do. You're a channel member after all. You are able to recommend matches. Dan, who was your favorite in ECW? Mine was Shane Douglas. I didn't have an individual favorite. I had many. It was all about people working together. Did you watch ECW back in the day, Ant?
Did I watch what?
ECW back in the day?
No, I didn't have Sky, man. So
it wasn't on Sky. You had to import the tapes.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm too young for that, to be honest. Don't forget, I'm 20 years younger.
Too young for that? How old are you?
20 years younger than you.
You cheeky bastard. Emily,
Dude,
who was your favorite in ECW?
I wasn't cool enough to. I didn't know any other wrestling fans, let alone anyone I could trade tapes with. That was you and Jetta. You guys were both on the tape trading scene.
Briscoe's as a tag team was the biggest missed opportunity for at least 15 years. Yeah.
Well, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I thought that first, Chris, but then it looked like it went like that on purpose, but I could be wrong.
She's only 19, wrestling for MLW and the Indies. I would look into her, says Mifflin.
Anyone that is a channel member or a super chatter on the Eve channel can recommend matches for us to watch on our Sunday night streams. Our Sunday night streams, we watch matches that our channel members and our super chatters send us of wrestlers that they think should be a part of Eve.
And multiple people from those streams where we've seen them there have been booked on Eve shows.
Yeah, it literally has helped. Our channel members have literally helped, create the Eve roster. And, I mean, I said it earlier, ZZ started as someone that we watched on our stream. And, they're in the War Games Rules cage match on our next show. So they've ended up in a big prominent position as well. We've got Haruka Umasaki from Japan, someone that was recommended to us to watch on our stream, coming over and making their Eve debut in June. So it's not just wrestlers in the UK, it's wrestlers from all around the world that have appeared on our Sunday night streams, recommended by our channel members, that have ended up on our shows. We literally are the promotion where our channel members literally help create the roster.
And guys on Gimme a Hull, yeah, I watch them quite frequently. In fact, I was talking to Dan the other day about us doing something similar, but in a similar vein.
I like your idea.
On Gimme a Hull, yeah. But honestly, subscribe and join up, become a member on Pro Wrestling Eve, and you can have insight into them. And a really great way to explore some incredible women's talent that you wouldn't necessarily get to see. Like, we all see different things. We all have different eyes,
Oh, that was adorable.
That was
adorable.
So, Eddie, you explain what happened. You're better with words than what
Well, we've got a tower doing because we've got a multi-man. And we haven't had a tower. They ran away from it to clear the space.
Nice.
As Adam Copeland goes to the top right for a big superplex.
Oh, careful of his pants. You're going to rip them off.
Give the crowd a show. That's what they say.
Tom says he was a tape trader.
We want cock.
Me too, brother. Me too.
Briscoe deserves to be on TV more for sure. Yeah, he does. Yeah, I mean, but then I see that they're doing him on Ring of Honor as well, and he's a big deal of Ring of Honor as well. So I don't know how I feel about it. You can't have everyone on the card, can you?
So what is it that happened? Eddie genuinely stumbled.
He did.
He stumbled.
Stumbled over his words.
Who
else would do that?
Jay helped him up, and it was actually adorable.
And Mark, even not Jay. Sadly.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
You haven't even started many of your drinks yet.
No.
Buddy with the double knees.
Beautiful double knees. Ethan Pace.
Oh, the timing of everything with the shotgun here.
Nice.
This is
big lariat.
what a match. This is why I love trios wrestling.
But
This
it's
is
done right,
what the trios division should be about.
Yeah, but at the minute, like I said to you in comments earlier, I think it's muddying AEW too much.
I
There's
just think
too
that
much going on.
the number of titles. I don't think it's the trios that's the problem. Execution.
I don't think they're presenting the, like you said, I agree that it should be presented differently, and I don't think it's presented differently enough. Beautiful elbow.
1, 2. Someone's got to pull the leg or make the save. There's Buddy. Look at the timing. The timing is
Really nice.
beautiful.
We'll see you there, Straight Edge. Thanks,
with
man.
a bright yellow Hawaiian shirt in the crowd, and I keep getting distracted by them.
Saw Brody King at the Gay Young Classic, a Wrestlers v Drag Queens lip sync tournament. Super nice guy. I've heard that. I've never met him, but I have heard that about Brody King. It was after the MSG show. This has been a good match. This has been a good match, Ryan. This is what I mean. Trios, like, I rarely admit, I love tag wrestling. Tag wrestling made me a wrestling fan, or kept me as a wrestling fan, right?
Yeah.
And trios wrestling is one of the big things. When I got into Japanese wrestling, it was tag and trios that made me a fan. Michinoku Pro Wrestling was my favorite wrestling promotion for a long time. And then when I got into Torimon and Dragon Gate, again, that was how I found the Young Bucks.
Knee to face. Knee to face.
Yeah.
House of Black clearing house.
This match, man.
Brody, man. Avalanche.
This match has been top notch.
It has, man. It has. Especially considering this, I'm not into the feud at all. Like, I haven't seen any of it.
Oh!
Spears all round.
Timing!
Spears all round.
The timing in this match is on another level.
And none of them went, go, did they? They all just felt it, man.
Man, this is so good. So
Very
good.
Nice. Straight Edge Mikey watched ECW. His favorite was Taz, RVD, New Jack, Sandman, Dudley's, Cactus Jack, Terry Funk, so many. Obviously watched a lot of ECW since, but at the time, no, I wasn't.
See, I mean, I think anyone that watches Eve can probably tell that I'm hugely influenced by ECW, but I'm not only influenced by ECW.
And you're also not a copy.
No.
And I think that's the kind of things. It's like with you see it with every industry. You see like with movies as well, where
there's the mist spin kick
missed.
coming up. There it is.
Black Mass
Hooks the leg 2
1.
and 3.
oh,
Tommy
Nice.
gets the Malachi
Great
gets
ending.
the win.
Great ending.
that was lovely.
And Dan moves up to 5-0. Down that shot wife.
But it's not just about that, Dan, is it? It's not just about
It is
that.
for her getting drunk, brother.
It is for her getting drunk, which we absolutely encourage.
Let's have a look.
What was your percentage, Dan? That is the
Oh,
question.
Goodness sake,
people
what's going
sabotaging.
No way. What was your poll?
58 for the team that lost.
Put in there, Dan 5-0 chat.
That's
Oh,
yeah. But
Dude, this is, you see, my gang watch this every week. That's all it is, Dan. They're here every week with me. They watch Dynamite every week. That's why we got 74% on House of Black. Let's freaking go. That's 27 votes. 74%.
And your chat shenanigans, that's what's happening.
I would never do such a thing. I don't know why you're accusing me of this, Emily.
Right, I'm siding with the good Mr. Reed here, and now I get booze.
Well,
I was literally getting to the point where I'm like, I'm not going to get any alcohol.
maybe it's just Dan's Pro Wrestling Eve slot keeping you safe from a hangover. Maybe that's what they're looking at.
Bang Gan, defeat the Scissorway. I need to change that.
Seeing Knox standing amongst all the fallen wrestlers reminds me of one of those medieval Grim Reaper paintings.
So this is an interesting match. We're going to Junior Hart versus Willow Nightingale right now because this is all based on what match do you think that Mercedes Moné is going to get, first? because that's what we're setting up here. And it's also about the person revealing themselves, the mystery attacker revealing themselves. So, do we
We're not
go
going to get
in
that
there?
answer, are we?
Sorry?
We're not going to get that answer, are we, tonight?
I'm not saying, I don't know if we're going to get the answer tonight. I would imagine so. We don't want a repeat of MJF and the Devil.
Oh, they're
dragging that out. I would hurry the fuck up and get the answer out.
I'd get her in a match, but it's not going to happen.
Like, the question is whether or not we're turning Statlander and setting up Julia versus Mercedes Moné, or if we're turning, for Willow versus Statlander, or if we're setting up Willow versus Mercedes Moné. Like, that's the real thing
and
here.
Statlander would be good. Willow and Mercedes Moné.
I just don't want to see Statlander as a heel. I think that there is so much. I honestly believe that Stat as a babyface is gold, but you've got to run with her, and we haven't really seen that.
He doesn't do anything with the. It would be nice if he just ran with the women, right?
Learn my lesson. Never disagree with Dan. I don't have the answer. This is a tough one. This is one of the hardest matches for me to predict because the obvious answer would be Willow, to go with the idea of getting Willow versus Mercedes Moné.
We got some early 2000s style from Statlander there, and I love that. Bringing it back.
Can I just say, Willow is getting so much confidence. Like, I am really impressed by Willow. She shouldn't be a heel at all.
She's so I think she's one of the people. I think Piper Niven is another one.
Sorry, they've got death metal writing for Nightingale. Did you see that? Sorry, did you see have you seen the death metal writing for Nightingale? Is that a normal thing?
Sorry, say that again, my friend.
The death metal writing for Nightingale.
Oh, I didn't see it.
That is bizarre.
That is a bizarre font to go for. Oh, she's just one of those people, I was just going to say, where you can see they're a genuine, like, they can't hide their niceness.
That's right. She's so charismatic.
Yeah. And she is lovely as well.
Yeah.
Like, she is a lovely person.
Sorry, Emily, I cut you off, but I wanted to point that out before it...
No, definitely.
I
only get annoyed when he interrupts me.
Oh, bless you. Who wins? So who wins, Julia or Willow? Unfortunately, I'm going to call this one as I see it. I think it is going to be Willow getting the win here, I'm afraid, guys. I don't think this needs a title, though, is what I'd say. I really don't think it does. And I think Julia Hart's presentation has been outstanding.
Sorry, and who are you calling on this?
Willow. Willow on this one, yeah.
I got nothing. On this
you
one.
got nothing? Dan, who you got?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out right now because it really is a difficult one because it's all really based on who you give to Mercedes Moné first.
Sad when a match is about that, though, isn't it?
Well, everything in wrestling is always about what you're setting up. It's never about that. It's about what comes next.
What's the choice?
Not finishing the story.
Mercedes next. It could be Willow, or who would our other opponent be? Dan.
Sorry, well, whoever.
If Willow isn't the first one for Mercedes, who is it?
It'd be Julia based on this match. It'd be
Julia.
The TBS championship match.
I think then it's going to be Willow. I think Mercedes might like the power as well of seeing two women of color as the first match there. I think that would be a big statement. And Willow's a great wrestler, so I think it's like a double. I'm going on literally what I think Mercedes would be looking for. Should have a really great high quality match, and it'd be a really
because here's the thing. Realistically, then that should mean that we're getting Willow turning heel.
Oh, yeah, no.
Here's the other way you could do it. You could do Julia Hart and Willow, and have Willow interfere in that match to cost Mercedes that match.
I'm gonna. All right, so I've got to make a call here. Dan's prediction:
losing Mercedes' first match.
Yeah, I've got
to. Are we gonna get Julia Hart wrestling as someone who is smaller than her opponent for once? Are we gonna acknowledge this finally?
I hope so.
It's the hardest
Julia
match.
always wrestles like she's the exact same size as whoever she's wrestling, and she's tiny.
Here we go. Oh, a little bit of a stop there from. Oh, what a hard fall there from Willow. Ian Geld said, thanks for joining us, man. Was going to say, why was the Trios Bell match on 0 Hour and this on pay-per-view? And now he sees why after watching the match. Well, there you go, man. It was a great match.
I need to hurry the fuck up and make my prediction.
You really do.
Yeah, you do.
I thought there was something wrong with our audio, but one of our dogs is snoring. I disappeared like, oh my goodness, something's wrong. No. One of our dogs is an
head
old
into
boy.
the mat. Yes, House of Black wins. The right team won. It was a great match.
How long has Julia held this belt for?
A while.
A couple of months.
Is that all?
Really?
I feel like it was Full Gear. I feel.
Chat. How long? I'm gonna go with Willow, but this is difficult.
See how Julia's gear? She's got the fabric is all in the same color, but it's different fabric types, and how nice that looks. Like it's all red, but it's different types of fabric.
Oh, that's a nice wig this week.
It is one in the interview she did. Mercedes did. She didn't. It wasn't working for me. Like she had gone for a big look, but she didn't look as amazing. That she's looking amazing again tonight.
I think the thing is with Mercedes and Willow, like Mercedes is going to have confidence of the first match that she has coming in.
If I was her, out of these two, the obvious pick is Willow.
But I personally would hold the Willow match off because there's so much. In order to do the Willow match, there's so much character change and dynamic that's involved that I wouldn't want to rush that. Like, and the other thing is Mercedes needs to, like, we need her to wrestle at some point soon because it's getting a bit, you know, it's like fantastic. We're tuning in just to hear until it's like, come on, you know,
another bad promo.
The sell job right now on AEW isn't it like where the best wrestle? Well, at the moment, we're just seeing where people talk, like on the weekly TV. And so,
which
like,
means her first match needs to be good. Her first match needs to be great, to be honest, but good would be good enough. And I don't think she's getting that with Julia Hart.
I agree.
I feel mean saying it.
I agree.
There's some good call. There's some good chat takes in the chat here that I'm just going to go to. Tom's going with Julia and says Mercedes Moné is better as a heel, win the title as a face and turn heel against Willow. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. If they go down that route, I wouldn't disagree with it. The only thing I'd say, and we've got this mystery attacker person thrown in there somewhere as well. So there's numerous things there as possible of ways of going. Chris is going with Willow. Straight Edge Mikey says Julia's been injured, so I can see Willow winning, but I can see Willow versus Mercedes, but Mercedes not wrestling until later in the year. So we'll go with Willow. I think Mercedes wants to match with Willow, says Chris. AEW pre-shows tend to be better than WWE main shows. So she's held the belt for 3 months. Dan, instead of predictions, would be Dan's divination.
I never know how to say it.
I'm terrible. Yes.
Harry Potter.
Divination rod.
I had to mumble in my brain.
4.5 months, says Tom. Julia won at Full Gear November 2023. Oh, wow. Crowder's behind Willow. Yep. I stand by Mercedes being better as a heel. Julia to win, Mercedes to beat her. Mercedes. So I don't disagree. Brian in the chat says Julia.
I don't disagree, but I don't think they're going to do it.
Nothing. She'll be fully cleared. So it sounds like she ain't cleared yet. I just don't think we needed her to debut yet. I don't think we needed all this. I understand why, but it's just, I don't know. It's filled a bit.
It feels a bit pantomime after the last one, I'd say.
It really does. It feels like we've lost the momentum of Mercedes Moné's debut.
I agree. And if you had your own company, who would be your first 5 signees? What,
Good
anyone
question.
in the world? Anyone in the world?
I would say anyone. No. I would say you got to say people that aren't signed.
Oh, people that aren't signed.
I would say that's a rule.
I mean, that's too difficult for me. But that's because that's what you do, Dan.
Yeah, that's true. That is what I do.
I mean, you know,
No, I knew one of your first signs would be
5 in the world. Ospreay.
Yeah.
Ospreay. Omega. Even though Ospreay's the obvious because he's got a long time left as well. Swerve, I think. Seth Rollins, I think. And Shinsuke Nakamura. There's a nice 5. Have some fun with them.
That is.
Have some fun with them.
Moonsault.
Oh,
Oh, face burst into the feet. I've got 22 people watching. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me. Just for those of you that are new to the channel, thank you for joining us, by the way. We've only got 21 likes, and I bet all of you haven't hit that like button, so it really helps us out if you do smash that like button. And I'm joined today by my friends from the Pro Wrestling Eve, an incredible women's-only promotion that exists within the UK.
Come on, 1, 2, 3. Willow wins.
I said,
wow.
You put Dan.
I put Willow.
That was a real nothing match, Dan.
More booze
That
for
was-
Emily.
Do you know what? It felt like it was just getting going when it ended.
Giving them no time
Willow
whatsoever, Dan. As Willow gets a little cry. Oh, mate, why have they made this for the
Luckily, I
title?
go with Dan. Booze for Emily.
Oh, let's have a... Oh, yeah, sorry, I need to end the poll. Oh, okay. Dan, how was your poll, mate?
Yeah, they had Julia.
A long way.
Go on, give me a whole yeah, guys. We're doing it again. We are winning 3-0 right now. Let's go.
Okay. And now what we got happening?
Statlander
Yay, big
comes and-
cuddles.
But
I like the way
remember-
that she looked like she was going for a
can't remember
suplex.
his name. What's his name?
Stokely
Stokely.
Hathaway.
He's funny.
Oh, he's so great.
He's so
Yeah,
funny.
he's
I
great.
love that he had her challenging Adam Copeland. That was fun.
I assume she's turning on her.
Is this Mercedes music?
I assume
Yeah.
so. CEO. CEO. See, it's hardly music. It's more aggressive gang chanting
It is.
Why
It's
is
in
it
a
terrible.
corporate
why is it
environment.
EO?
Because she can't be the boss.
Oh right.
I think that's... Oh,
Not
she looks
the
amazing.
like upper level manager.
No, upper level man. Senior assistant.
Yes.
What does this
She-
entrance tell you about Mercedes Moné?
She's
Considering the last time we saw her, she was getting attacked on Dynamite.
a super
So tell me
star.
what this entrance says to you.
I can't think about wrestling right now, Dan. Sorry. Give me a sec. She looks amazing. The gloves are too loose at the top. I have noticed that.
The weird thing is, she came across as a huge star in WWE, and I don't know why, but she's not seeming like as much of a star in AEW. And
Really?
I don't know why.
Yeah. Just
don't-
Straight Edge Mikey says, where is Ruby Soho Saraya? I don't know where Saraya is. Ruby Soho is pregnant.
Yeah, she just got. Yeah, she announced that today, didn't she? My
Still
third
remember
favorite
Scotty
wrestler
saying
is
his going
probably
to
Sandman.
NXT UK was more effective than a witness protection program. That was funny.
Having
Oh, there we
Willow-
go. Announced for Double or Nothing. Willow Nightingale, Mercedes Moné. They've announced the match now. May 26th. Wow, that's soon. Holy hell.
Yeah, it's a
That's
month
literally
away.
like
man.
a month today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a month away. Cactus
Or
Jack
5
and
weeks
Terry
away.
Funk, nice. It'll eventually be Willow versus Mercedes versus Statlander. Could be a way you could get the belt off Mercedes very quickly if she's winning her first match.
Overbearing star is the vibe that Chris is getting. Yeah, it's... You wouldn't know that there was a mystery attack last week, though.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Oh,
Yeah,
is that a family in there? Oh, I love. Oh,
I'm gonna just quickly message her because that's gonna mean the world to her.
to Willow.
Yeah,
because
Nice, man.
I love
and she's
seeing,
a sweetheart as well.
I
Like,
bet.
They were able to have their families there as well. It
Yeah,
just- it's so
Yeah.
lovely to see. That's the kind of emotion I like to see.
absolutely. Well, that's
Like
human.
WrestleMania,
real
it's like
emotion.
Sami Zayn had to win because his little boy was too cute.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yeah, he was. Very shaky. Yeah, man.
I should
I
have
was
checked
shaking,
my phone earlier.
It's not time for Julia to lose, says he, and I agree, man. It happened. It's just I just don't need the title on Mercedes. That's the biggest problem in any promotion when you put someone in and straight away they're running for the title and you're rushing that program.
She can be I would take it if she's a heel because she's not seeming as like. I think sometimes when your look is so loud and flashy, sometimes it's just has more of a heel vibe to it. Like Ric Flair, He had that level of flashy, I'm a superstar look, and his was always kind of slightly arrogant and is easier to dislike. She doesn't feel like she's one of us. She feels like she sees herself as here and that, and her character on screen. Obviously, I'm not talking about like her as a person at all.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. We'll see. Well, I really don't know. I just hope it's done right. I just think that she's going to be face anyway for a while. So, and ultimately, like her matches are going to be what make Sasha Banks special. What made Sasha Banks special? That's why we're excited, because we're excited by what she can bring to the roster.
How much has wrestling evolved? Because I haven't seen her wrestle since WWE. Has her wrestling evolved in line with how women's wrestling has been evolving?
Like, I think I'd say she was one of the pioneers in WWE.
Definitely.
So when she was in WWE, she was there was no 5 moves of doom type thing with Sasha. She was trying stuff, and some of it failed, which is why I could never get fully behind Sasha Banks, because a lot of it didn't work. But what I do is appreciate someone that's willing to try different things. And
Absolutely.
She really pushed things forward on that scale, and she was one of the only ones sort of doing that really at the time.
No, absolutely. And she was such a pioneer and such just an amazing impact. But it's because I have no idea, like Bayley has evolved and Bayley's become next level. Becky Lynch is still great, but there are these girls that come in, they're bigger, they're stronger, they're looking more amazing. And it's like women's wrestling is going through in Western telly, like another little in WWE, sadly not in AEW, which is insane because they've got great wrestlers, but they're not showing them to us.
That's right.
I would really like to see that.
Giving them 6 minutes on the pay-per-view, as we just saw. Yeah.
Although if there is an injury to Julia Hart, that could be
a
mitigating factor.
Oh, the first time we're seeing Carlos Cabrera on AEW.
Carlos Cabrera and Hugo Savanovic were the Spanish announce team for WWE for decades. To see and far more influential in Lucha Libre than people realize. So it's good to see this.
There we go.
On now, Kyle O'Reilly versus Roddy Strong. Okay, so my prediction is Roderick Strong. I know Kyle O'Reilly's making his return and everything, but like,
when he says such ill health, it seems really mean to have him lose.
Yeah, I just like what do you? I just don't know what, like, if you have him go over. I don't know. I just feels like you need to build up Roderick Strong more. Still, he's not strong.
I agree.
Strong enough.
I agree.
Like you need to keep the heat on him.
But he's stronger, Mr. Strong.
So
Al says AEW Tony Khan needs to stop signing WWE's hand-me-downs. I think he needs to stop signing.
I just agree with the hand-me-downs. I mean, that's a stupid way of looking at it. A talent is talent. Doesn't matter whether someone was WWE or not. I mean, couldn't we say the same thing about WWE signing a number of people that were in AEW?
Yeah.
Or Ring of Honor? I mean, hell, let's look at
Impact. That was all from Impact.
Ring of Honor as well. Like, hell, look at Seth Rollins. Like
Finn Balor, Shinsuke Nakamura, all the sort of
New Japan.
I do
Samoa Joe.
Like, the idea that
Styles,
anyone's a hand-me-down. No, they are independent talents that make themselves available to the bidder that they agree the most with.
I do think that's you getting hung up on a word though, because it is. AEW do not want to look like WWE light or WWE knockoff, and I think that's what it's not a testament on the talent, it's a testament on the viewers when they're tuning in or when they're seeing adverts for it. Are they being like, oh well, they're just people WWE don't want anymore? Is that what people are going to think instinctively? I think to me that's by hand-me-down, that's kind of more how I would see it, but the talent level of the people, I don't think it's a knock on that at all. But that's how
I think they do because there's so much tribalism. I think WWE fans are using that sort of hand-me-down terminology as a way. But actually, if you look at the three last free agent signings that were the biggest free agents that were in the world, one of them has been in WWE, but didn't come from WWE. Had gone away to do their own stuff. The other two have never been in WWE before. So
yeah, and had offers from WWE and
Yeah.
did not sign with them.
that's right. Yeah.
So,
I see the Daniel Bryan and Will Ospreay match has not happened yet, my friend.
sorry, I missed that, brother.
The Danielson and Ospreay match hasn't happened. I just said to us.
No, it's not.
We're really getting another match of these two looking at each other in the ring, aren't we? Yeah, you are. Yeah, we are.
Tom saying this match to me smacks a lazy book and based off Undisputed Era. Were these two a team in AEW before though, or not? I think they were.
They had interaction. I don't think they ever got the Undisputed Era fully back together, did they? But they had interaction.
I know there was some sort of interaction, but
to me, the problem with this is it hasn't been on TV, and it has because it's been on Collision. But I'm not watching it, and so,
I'm not bonded to these guys,
Yeah, and it's hard because someone like Roderick Strong is very difficult to bond with because he's.
I've never managed to bond with him, and I feel bad about it because I can intellectually see he's a good wrestler, incredible
wrestler,
and then I feel really bad, like I don't care about his matches, and then I feel really bad about that because I'm aware that he's a good wrestler. I
think AEW have kind of done the right thing by giving him this sort of gimmick that made him really annoying. But then if you don't see that enough, then you can't be invested in the matches. I actually feel that they should go even further with some sort of crazy gimmick. I mean, put him in one of them morph suits, and then he would actually look like a creator wrestler on a 2K game because his wrestling moves are absolutely perfect. so put him in a white morph suit and call him Vacant.
That's amazing. Now, what you were saying about like the things they're doing with his character, I would say the biggest thing is I'm not watching the weekly tally at all, so this is how I'm seeing him. Yeah. I'm seeing zero character.
That's
he came to the ring with people in matching t-shirts.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any more character. I'm not hearing any more story.
Yeah. That's what I'm remembering. Kyle and Bobby were the team, and then along with Adam Cole, but then Kyle got hurt, Bobby got released, and
his gimmick was he shouted people's names a lot. So he used to say Adam.
Was that him?
Yeah.
Which
the joy of being face blind, I saw that a lot. He wouldn't have said it was him. There were times when I thought the shouting thing worked, and there were times when I was just like, that makes no sense. And I felt that they could have made sense at other times, but it felt like American humor to me. It felt like I felt a disconnect. Like it felt like something that could have got over if you adapted it ever so slightly and did something interesting with it. I think that's maybe it's that.
To me, it never went a step further than just shouting someone's name, the same person's name. And actually, if you had that with other things, if you shouted more people's names in that thing, if you started to shout at people during matches to distract them, and then people are getting wins.
Yeah, maybe he should do it in the match, when we need some personality.
Exactly.
Shouting, referee!
Exactly. But look at how dead the crowd are for this.
Yeah, and if you'd have asked me before the show, what match do you think the crowd is going to be the quietest for, I would have picked this match. It's the match that I'm, the least interested in, even though I am in no way saying that this is a match with the least talented wrestlers.
Yeah.
But, talent does not mean over.
Guys, sorry about that. I've just got the vote up.
Talent, talent does not mean engagement.
That's
and
right.
The engagement level does not meet the talent level.
That is exactly right.
AEW had Cole, O'Reilly, and Fish together in AEW, but O'Reilly and Fish got injured, and then Fish left, and we had Undisputed Era together for a little bit. Got ya. Yeah, it's like I say, this is the match that before the show I would have said that I was the least interested in, and It's also the match that I could probably just like.
Oh, dude, look at the audience, man. Did you see that shot?
Yeah, they're all looking like this.
All looking the other
Emily
way.
literally said that a few moments ago.
They're talking amongst themselves.
Oh, no. Oh, that is so bad.
One lady is like falling asleep on a guy's shoulder or like resting their head on their shoulder. It's really, they don't care. And that's where you feel bad as well, because you're aware these are good wrestlers, but they don't care. And what these guys are doing is not. If they do some comedy, if he was doing his yelly thing gimmick, and doing some comedy, the crowd will respond to that because it's a bit of a giggle.
Yeah, absolutely. Strong winning, but does Cole help? No, I don't think Cole's ready yet. I doubt it.
Because I can't do a link. So.
Okay.
You right, Dan?
Yeah, I was just answering Emily's question.
I was
sorry.
nattering at
Sorry,
him.
I missed it.
That's okay.
No,
it wasn't relevant.
Wasn't relevant.
Easy to make two wrestlers have a good match. Build a story to make people care. Yeah, exactly. Like I think we've had like 1 or 2 bits of television things between them. Like, I mean, this is a really good match. And if you was at an independent show, you'd be going, "Holy shit! Look at this match that we're getting. Like, this would be great." But when you're on television, there is a difference.
I am concerned that they're gonna beat the heck out of each other for a crowd that don't care.
Dan, why didn't they just scrap this match and give all this time to Willow and Julia?
Well, again, I can't really say with regards to Willow and Julia because there is a chance that is what they could do based on Julia's health.
Well, give us more time to Toni and freaking Thunder Rosa.
Yeah.
I would also argue just give us a shorter pay-per-view.
I was gonna say just don't give us this match.
Yeah.
You know, like, would we like? Is anyone here? Let me ask everyone in the chat on both channels. Would anyone here have missed this match not being on the pay-per-view and instead being saved for Dynamite?
Even the people there wouldn't be bothered.
If they'd have saved, the crowd are getting more, but it's just not as much.
A bit more.
Like you hear the crowd are getting in, but notice it's not for the moves. It's just for Kyle fighting to get up.
Sean says, I wish AEW would turn Rampage into an hour-long women's show along with an obligatory one-women's match on Dynamite and Collision. Mate, I'd watch Rampage if they did that. Sorry, I've got
Bryan
the poll up, guys. Yeah.
Rushed too quickly. Straight Edge Mike says this needed more time to build. Chris says, nah. Tom's like, I want my time. To be fair, I paid for it. That's fair.
That's fair. That is fair.
Oh, that's the other thing. So sorry to interrupt. The other thing with Roderick Strong is he had the neck brace on as well. And he was doing, and I don't understand why they got rid of that gimmick. First of all, he should have been wrestling in that neck brace, and he should still be wrestling in that neck brace now, and he should still be using it as a gimmick.
I don't know. I felt that went as long as they could go with it, to be honest.
I just think but what's he got now, Dan? He's got nothing.
Yeah,
He's
but
got
that's
a belt.
Yeah, and that's on him though. At the end of the day, right? When you are given a platform, it's up to you to find what works.
The thing is, I keep saying Roderick Strong's a good wrestler, and I mean he's technically good.
Well, no, I mean he is a good wrestler.
But how come it isn't part of being a wrestler connecting with the crowd?
Well, there are many things on that in characterization, absolutely. But there are some audience members that he does connect with. So it really just depends, but
it would be
if
nice
you've
to
got
see some of the character he's been
when you have got a
building in
load.
the match.
But here's the thing: when you have got a loaded pay-per-view like this, with many more matches built up to mean something, and then you've got this, then it's almost like this match by default is almost set up to fail in a way.
Yeah.
When you've got two people that aren't big character wrestlers, because you're reliant on them doing all this to one another in order to get the oohs and the ahs, because people are reacting to it a bit more like a fireworks display than they are emotionally engaged. So I really feel that that's where part of the issues lie, because from an in-ring perspective and a match perspective, this is a really good match. I'm enjoying this as a wrestling match. But, it comes to what Ant has said, what a number of people in the chat has said, which is, it's just kind of come very quickly. I hate this when people hold themselves up. Just let go. But yeah, it's And I just feel it's just like
because his foot was trapped. If you let go, wouldn't that really hurt your knee or
his
your
foot
ankle?
wasn't trapped.
I thought his foot was hooked.
No, his foot wasn't trapped.
I think the point is don't do it. You know, if it's going to look like you're helping each other too much, then just
I'm
do
a
it.
bit.
Yeah.
I really don't like being able to see cooperation so obvious.
Yeah. I'm the same with like double stomps off the second rope and stuff like that. It's like, come on. Are you more interested in this match than Hook and Jericho? I mean, it is the Lionheart, but you know, I am more interested in Hook and Jericho than this match.
I'm probably looking. It's a weird one because I'm probably interested in what happens next from a story, but from a match perspective, I would. This is more me than what Hook and Jericho will be.
Yeah,
there we go.
With Hook, I'm interested to see the type of match Hook will have with Jericho.
Well, they had a match already on Dynamite that you didn't see,
it
was kind of a nothing match, but they've built this up to mean something more.
It was Hook throwing Jericho around a lot. Sorry, go on, Emily.
No, Hook just looks like all those weird little cringy reels I see of TikTok boys, and I can't get rid of that passionate feeling of dislike, but only because it makes me feel old. But that is an emotion, and also I know I'm being irrational.
Dan, did you see UFC 300? I watched it the other night. We watched it live.
It was amazing.
We watched all 7 hours of it live, early prelims, right through to the main event.
Every match felt like a flipping main event.
It was the fastest 7-hour show I have ever seen in my life. It was incredible. The greatest night of mixed martial arts I've ever seen, from top to bottom, to bottom.
Just so good. So good.
Straight Edge Mikey saying, I think the most quiet match will actually be Hook versus Jericho. That's quite possible.
I'm interested.
I've got a great comment from Sean here.
To this one.
Where is Wardlow? Is he just injured?
They just push him and then stop pushing him for a bit. Who knows?
Now he's just gone.
Both men down. Crowd are giving this a round of applause.
Sean says, from the amount of TV time this match should have been on the 0 hour and the 3-man championship with the Bullet Club Gold and that Acclaim on the main. I can't disagree with that, Dan.
What was the let me have a gander there. What was it that the comment was?
This should have been on the 0 hour. The 3-man championship with Bullet Club Gold and the Acclaim should have been on main.
That's actually what I was thinking, but the only reason I'd say probably not is because you're trying to get people to buy the show. So a fun match like the Acclaimed would be more inclined maybe with all the charisma and characters to make people buy the show, but I'd probably prefer the pay-per-view if it was the other way around. Does that make sense?
I definitely feel the crowd would have been more into this if this would have been an earlier match, because there'd have just been but the thing is also is like following it with the crowd would have been hot like they were earlier. Oh my lord, like this is a really good match. Like we need to point out, like this is a really good match.
This being the main of the pre-show, showing that you are gonna see some good.
But I
wrestling.
just think this should have been on Dynamite, because I think this would have been a good Dynamite match where we
Dynamite main event, man. Let's have a Dynamite main event. I
definitely wouldn't have. I have a big problem with Dynamite main events in general, but
why?
Based on how they currently are, I would say this could be a Dynamite main event. Yes. Just because I think Dynamites need to be stronger shows than what they are. But like,
but if you build up a story, then it's still a strong show. It doesn't necessarily.
I just think it's too early. Personally, like I say, I think it's too early for this on the pay-per-view. I think it's too early for that thing. But like, I definitely think that this should be Dynamite and would make Dynamite mean more. Like my issue with the pay-per-view of the weekly TV I've gone on about before, about how we know the results too easily in a way to not care about the show.
Yeah.
At least with this, we'd have cared more. And what a match. And then there's that whole where the best wrestle. And you could say, and look at our weekly TV. Look at the matches we do on TV.
Yeah.
All the more reason for you to check out our pay-per-views. And
they're battering the crap out of each other, as Sean says. They're absolutely battering each other. But
I said they were going to do.
To what?
Oh, there's Wardlow.
Hey, we have a Wardlow.
I asked where Wardlow was.
He's right there.
Jeff said Wardlow's lost in Wardlow's world.
I didn't recognise him.
Is Wardlow?
The ref said no, and Wardlow said okay.
Not in his.
I wonder what we're going to
singlet.
get with Wardlow, because it just feels like, what do you do with Wardlow? Like, you got to do something with him, and it just feels like he's just another guy in that faction, and he shouldn't feel like another guy in that faction. Wardlow should feel like...
Didn't he win the Battle Royale for a chance at Samoa Joe's title, and then he lost at the CEO show?
Something like that.
The Boston show, and then we haven't seen him since. So, to confirm, he was in a main event title match, and this is the first time we've seen him since that. I
don't know. I honestly couldn't answer. I'd have to ask the chat.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was.
I just think, like, Wardlow is, like, creatively... I know he hurt his knee in something, but I wasn't sure what the seriousness of it was. But
was
like, I
title
just feel that creatively, Wardlow needs to be in something other than a faction.
It's tough, because Wardlow ain't championship anywhere near
unless you put him in a trios team. Like, and have them in the trios division and make storylines involving your trios, and then you're keeping multiple people busy in a logical way.
Cool, that makes sense, Dan. You would have thought that maybe
they got trios titles.
You know
they got trios titles. Make them mean something, and that way you can feature all these guys and not have them so forgotten about.
But maybe it's just bloated as well.
It's.
Can't have everyone on it, man.
It's not that it's not. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm not saying I disagree that it's bloated, but it's just it doesn't need to be bloated when you have trios titles. You think if you got 6 teams in your trios division, like that's 18 wrestlers.
That was a beautiful
suplex into the backbreaker.
Yeah.
Dan got it right.
Yeah, I got it right. So therefore,
how'd our chat do? Bottoms up.
They actually got it right. Oh my god! Which means that your chat must have actually thought Kyle O'Reilly was going to win.
No. We thought they was going to win. So now we go on percentages, Dan. What did your percentage end at, my friend?
57-43.
57-43. To give me a whole year's 89% of you thought Roderick Strong was going to win. 89%, Dan. Whoa. That deserves hitting the like button on both channels, guys.
Roderick Strong was going to win.
Adam Cole's back. He's walking, is he?
Did they say what a miracle? And then the other commentator said, actually, it's just surgery. Actually, sir, it was not a miracle. It was surgery.
And Jeff's point is interesting here. I think Tony Khan didn't think he needed to do a build because everybody would just know their previous history, but not everyone does. That's
tough. You still need to make people care. Even if they do know their history, you've got to engage us in a way where we're happy.
Adam Cole is upset with Wardlow. Okay, so I'm guessing the story here is that Adam Cole is peed off that Wardlow lost the title match against Samoa Joe. That's why he gave him that look, I would assume.
And I guess Adam Cole has not seen him since and has not expressed any opinion on it.
Yeah,
Wardlow's not been on TV because why bother
that's the only time Adam would see him.
Yeah, there's no WhatsApp group chat.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah,
they don't hook up for they don't hook up outside.
Love the intensity. It was good.
And I just need to change it to Dan is 6-0.
Oh my god, he's so good. I think I'm 6-0 as well, Dan. I mean, everyone's 6-0. It's just about your percentages, mate.
Of course you are, bro. Of course you are. You're following my lead.
You speak his name, he appears indeed, right?
Hook and Jericho.
I really have such a gut reaction of hatred whenever I see Hook.
Jericho. Oh, really? I thought you were going to say Jericho.
I was going to say Jericho. That's the way I feel about Jericho.
I have like a logical dislike of some people and then a completely irrational dislike.
So you have a logical dislike of Jericho.
And an illogical dislike of Hook. This is your nightmares right now.
Just look at him. He looks like such a knob.
Emily, I think you need a jack because this is just gonna anger you. This match, you are. I just finished my 5th individual pizza of the day, no more than 10 minutes ago. And there's our adult. He just did a shark ski in his pants. Well done, Greggy. Nice to see you, dude.
How did Taz make that child? What happened?
It's a really interesting question.
What does his wife look like?
Like his wife is the lead singer of Bring Me the Horizon.
Just must be unbelievably petite. He's even got the stupid hairstyle. Stand up straight. I can't handle it.
Poor Taz.
You can't see anything, Hook. Don't be ridiculous. Your fringe is in your eyes or your hat is. You're stupid.
Have you noticed his tattoos yet, Emily?
I actually really like rubbish tattoos like that, though. I love doodles.
Oh, mate. Oh, no, they're not. They're terrible.
No,
they're terrible.
I want one, this arm to just be rubbish doodles. And then this one, I was going to get this tattoo done and I was about to book it in, but I'm actually going to do sewing lessons instead, as you do, you know, completely normal. You know, you like sewing lessons, tattoo.
I'm getting work done on my tattoo on Tuesday.
Oh, I'm so tempted, but I really, really want to do the sewing. Yeah, see, he's just I just am not a fan of that human.
I'm so glad I don't need to listen to Judas on a weekly basis now.
I just don't know what the hell they're doing with Jericho. Right now, he looks like the Young Bucks' dad. I just don't get it.
He does. Oh no.
It's a really shit windbreaker. I mean,
it's not awful. It's not a good jacket. And he's got money to get a really...
Wow, Emily, look at what Chris said. Hook was considering going into modeling before he went into something that could bust his face up.
See, does he do the you know, I see my kids do all the lip bite and like the... I bet he does the
I think he's a very attractive twink.
He's not my type at all. I'm more...
He's not your twink.
I like a more rotund gentleman, but I like burly. I can't. Even when I was young, I didn't like skinny, young looking.
Dan, you're not allowed to lose all of that puppy fat and turn into a shredded 13-year-old. Okay?
No, I'm not. In fact, I have to put more on.
You have to get grayer as well.
Mate, I'm loving my grey coming through. I'm real happy.
It's the only person that could tempt me is Tom Selleck or Pamela Anderson, but goddamn.
Tom Selleck is a barely man, though. He's not a 13-year-old boy with scribbly tattoos.
Like scribbly tattoos used to be for punks, though. What even is he?
What even is he? Well, I don't know. You'll have to ask him what he identifies
as. What? He can see now. He's changed his hair a little, so he can visually see.
So does that anger you less?
Yeah.
I feel like this entire match, all we're really interested in chat is Emily's views on Hook.
Look at you doing
something about this match, right, is now if it's repeating a pattern of a storyline that we saw with Hook, and I'll forget who, but the last person that he lost the FTW, I think it was Jungle Boy. And it was a similar kind of thing where we had, he was in a team with a guy, and then the guy turned on Hook, and then he lost the FTW title to him, and then he won it back. And that's what we had here. We had Hook was in a tag team with Chris Jericho, and then Jericho turned on him, and now we've got a title match. And it's just like, if he wins this, it's literally almost note for note the Jungle Boy Hook feud. And like that's the thing, because like normally I would say that Jericho goes over, and I'm just like, but they wouldn't be so blatant as to have Jericho to repeat that feud note for note, would they?
If you do Jericho go over, he's going to be hated. If you want to turn him into a heel, that's fine. But after the whole like allegations that went out against him, and he suddenly turned face without any freaking explanation, which makes no. Right. Hey, there's stuff that's going on outside the ring, and I don't know the details of it, but it's impacted what's happened to the character in a completely logical sense. And so
I think that was more the Kenny Omega injury, to be fair, that impacted the character. Because he was in a tag team with Kenny Omega, and they were about to change the titles at that pay-per-view. And then Kenny Kenny's diverticulitis happened, and then that kind of threw the cat. And he had just been turned babyface by the Don Callis family and that whole thing. I don't
know, man. I don't know. I still think there was the stuff happening outside.
There was, but he was already
on TV all the time. I get what you're saying.
He was already babyface by that point.
Oh,
But when that happened, and suddenly we get bland, boring Chris Jericho, who's afraid to go out to the crowd because they're afraid of showing the crowd reaction, it's just had this really negative impact on him. Really negative. He should have just gone away.
I'm going with Jericho, by the way, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong, purely because it's like and here's the thing. I hope I'm wrong because I really don't want them to repeat the Jungle Hook story. No,
well, that was at least Jericho.
Shit happens,
and Jericho didn't sell it.
I'm going with Jericho. Sorry, Hook, by the way. So
yeah, no, that's
one.
not. I just and here's the thing. I hope you're right, and I hope I'm wrong because I really do not want them to go note for note what they did with Jungle Hook.
So I think Hook, and I have absolutely no reason to. That would just be if I had to do a guess. So
it might be because he's cut his hair a little bit, Emily, and now he can see. So you're like, oh, now he's got vision. He might be able to win this match.
Well, see, I'm a barber, and there is this group of kids between. I love Josh Barnett. He's a delightful looking man. So there, a bit too well groomed with his hair. Anyway, sorry. Hook looks like the young lads in my chair, always between the age of, I'd say, 12 and 16, and you're doing the hair, and you're doing the short around the side, and then they're like, no, too much off the fringe, and then mum is there behind you in the mirror being like, take some off the fringe, and you're having to take off like the tiniest, and every time you're doing it, you're like, it's just dust, just taking dust off because you're trying to soften their fringe, you're trying to please the mum who's behind you, just begging you to cut like 3 inches off the kid's hair, and that's one of the reasons I strongly dislike him, because he's a nightmare.
Do you know what?
Him. He might be lovely, but the boys who you're like, just let me actually cut your hair, please, because your mum's going to be angry at me.
Can I stop you because I want to talk about the match?
Look, he's
right. Like this could be Jericho, like with what you was going on about earlier, and the whole with regards to his name. This could be Jericho trying to, hey, look, I'm putting over the young guys here, and therefore I'm going to put Hook over several times because I can make him more of a star. As opposed to using him to, to do this. And then it depends on how long they want to go with this.
But the problem is, Dan, they could still send him away and do that. And I'd be more excited about it than if he did that anyway. So I get exactly what you're saying. I mean, hey, it could be pretty cool if Hook was to send Jericho away through an injury angle right now. That could really give Hook something,
These guys don't really gel.
No, they're doing all right. They're doing all right.
Yeah, it's not like it's a bad match or anything. It's.
I don't even like his boots.
The more I'm looking at it, I'm thinking.
Are you thinking you're wrong?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a hard one because, like I say, going by how they traditionally book, Jericho would win this, but the issue is they've literally told this story already. So, guys in the chat, what you got?
Our poll is currently at 73% of people think Hook.
73% of your audience think Hook.
Yeah.
I think Hook, and I have no reason to.
I just wonder because it's like, when was the last time that Jericho won on pay-per-view? But then he is trying to rebuild his image, and I wonder how much that is him losing to take off some attention on him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, there's a question of what you're going to do. I mean, first of all, what's Jericho going to do with the FTW belt apart from be a heel? And I don't think that's the direction they're going for him right now because it's too obvious. I think you're right. I think this is just about putting over Hook. I genuinely think the best thing to do right now would be an injury angle for Jericho.
If they do what they normally do, which is the reason why I've gone with Jericho in my prediction, then like I say, it would be Jericho because that is their standard format for booking. But I just really hope I'm wrong.
Oh!
Wow! How did Hook's head hit?
I was going to say, did Hook's head hit the back of the edge of
Can we get a replay, please, AEW?
He
is grabbing his head.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Let's see the replay. Thanks, Sassy.
Well, he's moving. They're working hard. They're working hard. Jericho's killing himself here.
Is there a pole, Dan?
Yeah, there's a pole. Oh, I couldn't tell from the angle. It looks like his head hits, but it looks like the shoulder might have caught it first. Yeah, there's a pole. Is there not a pole? Shit, there's not a pole. Who wins?
Dude, you just forfeited this match.
Hook.
Ian, well, it's the only way his gimmicks works is if he wins. Yeah, it kind of, well, I hope not.
Go home, Jericho. Go home is the chant from the audience right now.
You see, and that's the problem, Dan. That's the
Negative
problem.
Heat. Negative. It's not positive heat. Negative.
Not
heat.
positive heat when you're pretending to be a face or trying to be a face.
He's not. He's not. He's a heel. Jericho's a heel.
No, he's a face. He's
a heel. He went heel in the feud with Hook.
No, he didn't. He's always remained good to him. He's been the trainer of him. He's the guy.
Yeah, and then he turned on him. He pulled Hook away. We had the whole thing with him pulling him away, shoving him down, then shoving Taz down. He's gone villain.
Oh, yeah, he did shove Taz down. I didn't watch that segment. I was bored. We was literally watching it together. I remember I was just doing something completely different.
I hate these punches.
Because they look
look so bad.
Yeah. Oh, ouch.
Pops up with the Lionheart. Hey.
Jericho will be the new FTW champion and continue to hold down the young talent and steal the hype and heat. God, I hope not, man. How can I watch for free? You can't, I'm afraid, my dude. You can't, I'm afraid. You can, I'm sure if you type watch wrestling online or something like that, I'm sure it'll pop up there, Elliot. You might get a load of viruses.
To be fair with Jericho as a villain, he always was king of, once he's gone villain, not doing any of the stuff that the crowd like, including the cool jackets. He is king of wearing rubbish clothes when he's villain, coming out to worse music and not doing his catchphrase. He is, and that is commendable. He's
no Stanley, no Toni yet.
No Toni yet.
Nice Avalanche German there. Jericho's taken some freaking killer bumps in this match. Jericho is taking big bumps. And isn't Jericho 52, 53, something like that?
Why did he throw the thing so far?
Because he was being suplexed.
Jericho wants the younger wrestler's blood. He's secretly an 80s vampire. Emily Bathory is Jericho, bathing in the blood of virgins. Excellent. Not that I'm suggesting Hook is a virgin.
Is he going to German him? He's going to T-bone him.
He's definitely not a virgin.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I would not have been nice.
No, it won't have been nice. No. Going with Hook, but man, I don't know. Jericho might pull out one of his tricks on this one. It's a tough one, man. Whatever happens here, we know it's going to go on for another several months because if one thing's true about Jericho feuds, they never, ever end.
This is a fun match, and it's different to everything else we've seen so far, which Lord knows we needed.
Yeah. You could maybe do that with the FTW belt. Have each of the matches be a hardcore match, turn it into a hardcore title.
Oh, I thought that's what the FTW belt was.
Yeah.
Or is it not?
Anywhere.
Yeah, this is FTW rules. We just don't always see FTW title matches.
Oh, okay, there we go.
As the contract is ending this year, it's very due. Surely Jericho can take that title to push a younger talent. Well, I mean, doesn't mean he's leaving, Tom. Like, that's one thing. Like, because here's the thing: WWE can only sign so many people as well.
Setting up the table in the corner. Where the hell's Danhausen been? Yeah, we've not seen Danhausen news very well. Oh, Matt Hardy was on TNL last night, Dan.
Yes, he was, but he has not signed a TNA.
No,
he was on a date-by-date basis, which is a bit frustrating. That stuff kind of being so public because it means you know the result of him versus Moose.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice Northern Lights.
We'll talk more about Jericho on Wednesday, guys. Remind me to talk about Jericho.
Nice Code Breaker. Explodes with the Code Breaker out of nowhere. Double down.
Seriously,
and here's the thing. Jericho is the one who has taken all the big table bumps and everything so far, which means Hook has got something coming. Because Jericho is the one who's taken all the big bumps so far.
Jeff says, I think posting a poll 2/3 of the way into the match is grounds for forfeit.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. That's terrible. That's terrible.
That's
Heartbreaking.
What's that?
Danhausen's wife had a miscarriage recently. That's
oh god, that's awful.
Yeah.
No,
that's
that
a
goes
very
out to
hard
him.
thing to go through.
Horrible.
Oh, Jericho with a clothesline. Looked a bit, but he's going to signal for the Lion's Salt, but I think he's too close. Yeah. So he's going for something else. Because he was clearly supposed to be feeding for, like, the Lion's Salt.
God, he's getting loads of boos. I don't get why he's not leaning into it, man. I don't get why he's not leaning into it. I just don't get it at all.
And Hook's got the Taz mission. Or the Red Rum, sorry.
And of course, Jericho.
Yeah, got to go through the table here to break it.
Yeah.
There it is.
I didn't know it was the hardcore title, and that's bad when I watch a product every week. Jericho's like that mate you meet on Night Out who's okay in small doses, but he keeps telling your group to have shots. That sounds like me. I'm real annoying.
I hate the feet on the ropes when it's in that kind of position because you're
Too close.
actually making it more easier for the person to get their shoulder up because there's now all that space. Feet
It just
on the
looks
ropes
awkward.
only works if you've got the legs hooked from an angle and you're using it to get more pressure down.
That's right.
Like
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Stay down, he says. Goes for the Judas effect. Really bad roll through from Hook.
I think, was that supposed to be a victory roll that went wrong?
I have not a clue.
And now we're going to go into the Boston. And there it is.
Oh, is this going to be it?
They're not going to... That's uncomfortable.
That's in.
Has anyone here ever been put in a Boston Crab, like, shoot?
It's
Okay, he's taking the pressure off now.
also, the thing is, it's like he could have a flexible lower back.
I miss Danhausen, I do.
The camel clutch is the one that made me actually almost cry.
Stanley, don't pay attention to whoever you saw that say that ever again. Yes, they do, Tom. Yes, they do.
They really do. I swore the loudest I ever have when I was put in a Boston.
I don't think they're going to have the Hardy Boys on TV while Matt's doing a story in TNA.
Jericho's been full for Chris. I thought he was doing this like training gimmick. I'll be honest, Chris. When Jericho's on stream, I tend to just like interact with my audience because like they're way more engaging.
Judas effect.
No.
Kick out.
Kicks out of a Judas effect. Fine. SGW Uganda. Never heard of it.
What is going to be the finish?
Oh, Ian asked, will Motor City Machine Guns turn up tonight? I suppose that's a rumor that we had on Wednesday.
I don't know what Jericho's going for, but he's going to miss it. No, he doesn't.
No.
We're actually going to get straight into the finish. I thought they were feeding
Judas
something
effect
into the can.
Is he going to get the win here after
One,
waiting so long to
two.
Don't get the pin.
No.
I was going to say he waited a long
He
time.
did. He
to
gave
get
him time. He didn't want to bury the finish.
Yeah, because that would have. Yeah.
They're having a dramatic finish for a fun match, guys.
They are having a dramatic finish.
That's the first
Jack's
time
been in a Boston Crab.
Effect, I think. Yeah, I don't remember.
It was very
far
around.
around. I don't know.
Feel
He's
like
posting
it has
it in
been.
Italy this week, I think, on his socials. But yeah, I don't remember anyone kicking out of Judas Effect either. I could be wrong, though. There's a lot to remember, obviously, a lot to take in.
Oh, he's got the bat.
I feel like we're setting up for a big miss and a counter and a finish. Like, we've got no gimmicks in there other than the bat and the trash can.
Oh, he's got a lot of red there.
Pretty good match. Yeah, I agree. I think this is more engaging than the last match for sure.
Yeah. Even
Middle
with the
fingers up.
fringe. Oh! Yeah, you probably shouldn't have flipped him off. You probably should have tried something defensive, maybe.
Right, Taz is getting... No.
Taz,
They
What
literally
the
went note
frick?
for note practically on the old jungle hook. They did it.
What?
This is the thing.
No.
They have Tony Khan has a booking structure that he follows.
I just got to stretch a little bit because this chair is killing my back.
What are they doing?
It is
What
better
a
than Jungle
difference.
Hook Story, like in terms of like there's more layers and levels to this, and which is nice. The
He's not
learning
going
tree,
away,
Chris
Dan.
Jericho.
He's not going away, Dan.
Notice it said the learning tree. It didn't say the learning tree when he came out, did it? It said Lionheart,
Yeah.
didn't it?
It did, yeah. It said Lionheart. The learning tree, Chris Jericho, new gimmick.
Well, he's always trying to defend, especially the heel. He likes to take away the stuff that people like.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan. The match was really good. The match was a really good, solid match, to be honest.
It was, and it was different to everything else, which it needed to be because when you got 12 matches, you need to present variety,
Absolutely.
not
And that's the one
repetition.
thing AEW do good. They can present variety.
Yeah, I saw that he did 3 new trademarks: Learning Tree, the Jericho Vortex, and another one that I can't remember.
Okay, interesting. Sean thinks that the Motor City Machine Guns will be on Dynamite to confront the Bucks, who will be claiming to be the greatest tag team of their generation.
I'll be honest, right? I was
Yeah,
really
got the
hoping
win.
Motor City Machine Guns went to WWE rather than AEW, but you know, that's the wrong one. Where are we? There we go.
Oh,
Um,
right.
Did you end your poll?
57% had Hook.
57%.
50%. It finished on 50-50.
We got 71% on Hook. So you won one. Congratulations to Pro Wrestling Eve for finally coming into the competition ever so slightly. We'll make sure that doesn't happen in the next one, where the many viewers that we've got are going to all go sabotage Pro Wrestling Eve. You can only sabotage if you subscribe, okay?
Yes, there
Okay.
are rules.
Those are rules.
Because we live in a society.
We live in a society with rules.
Hey, if we're going to be assholes, we be nice assholes. And proper subscribe, okay?
Oh,
I picked Hook, though. Yeah, that's okay.
on
That's
so that
okay.
I get less drunk.
Sassy pick, Jericho. 4.5.
Yeah, to be fair, because I've been, you've had.
Too many
Good.
shots for a woman of my age.
Hold on, I'm only 7 and up now, which means we still have 5 matches to go.
I thought we were on the last few.
No, 5 to go still.
Oh no.
We've got the tag match. We've got this match. We've got the main event match. We've got the Ospreay Danielson match. So there's 4.
It does feel like we've seen a whole show.
Yes. Yeah, but there wasn't any need to see any of them ones.
But the women's match isn't being used as a rest match, so that's nice.
Yeah, there's only 4 matches left that I can see. Yep. Not going away. In fact, he'll be defending that title on a weekly basis. Indeed.
She looks incredible, but she
Oh,
always...
she always does, doesn't she?
Mm.
You obviously had her as part of Pro Wrestling Eve as well.
Super cool.
And the Lucha shows you worked in as well. Lucha UK, was it called? I can't remember. What were the Lucha shows you did, Dan?
Dan?
Sorry, what was that?
Lucha shows. What Lucha shows did you do that Thunder Rosa was part of?
Lucha Britannia.
Lucha Britannia, that's it. And had a real good match with Nina Samuels.
Correct, as La Diabla Rosa.
That's right. It wasn't Lena Samuels. It was Las Desablal Blas.
Diabla Rosa.
Yeah, it was clearly La Desablal Blas Tabla.
Okay, so who wins?
Who wins indeed? It is our timeless one. Toni Storm coming out now. Thunder Rosa's entrance looked great. Nice to see Thunder Rosa back.
Thunder Rosa. There we go. And
I
I've
feel
of course gone with Toni.
with those victory rolls there, looking amazing.
Can I just ask why they haven't used the fact that of the whole title giveaway more in this build-up?
Huh?
Pardon?
Toni Storm was interim champion when Thunder Rosa was hurt.
Well,
Feels like that should have.
Wasn't Jamie involved in that as well somehow? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I just feel that should have played into this feud a little bit more.
I feel like they should have mentioned that with ready-made backstory there. It's really weird not to mention it.
Yeah, because that was quite a big deal. That was a very big deal at the time.
So, guys, I'm just going to give you again the link to the Give Me a Whole Year channel, which is who Ant is from. If you're not following them, please do. That is the link to the Give Me a Whole Year channel. Make sure you give them a like. And sometimes on Wednesday nights, I never stream Dynamite from the Eve channel, but sometimes on Wednesday nights, I will join Ant for his Dynamite watch-alongs.
We have a good time.
So, yeah, you can find me over there as well.
You know the best way to watch wrestling, Dan?
With friends.
With friends. That's right. And that's what we are all here to do tonight as we'll get into Thunder Rosa and Timeless Toni Storm. I have put the link in, of course, to Dan's channel. Dan is from Pro Wrestling Eve as well as Emily and put on incredible shows for free. Also, a lot of back history information. What did I say? You just pointed at me.
Ryan said they did a fatal four-way for the interim title, which included Jamie.
That's right.
And apparently they have mentioned it quite a bit with regards to, according to Chris, with regards to the history. So it has been mentioned.
It's been mentioned.
Thank you, Chris. Sorry, to be honest, Chris, it is hard because we obviously stream and it's really hard to sort of, unless we sort of go completely silent during the promos, we do miss a lot of information.
Completely zone out. Did they do a video package for the girls over there?
So basically, they don't often show many video packages because video packages have a tendency on the weekly TV to lose viewers. And even though you can put a you can say, okay, so how many viewers did it lose versus how much interest and pay-per-view buys did it gain and balance out? AEW do seem to be a little bit more, try to keep the viewers as a priority.
I like
from what I take from it.
I like a bit of a video package on the pay-per-views for people and I like it with my UFC as well for just catching me up on anything I might have missed.
Say hi to Millie.
Hi, Millie.
Hello, Millie.
Sorry.
Hello, Millie.
I've had quite a lot of whiskey now.
She has, because she had to drink every time I got a result right.
We were going to have it with the chat, but then sadly, I would not really have had any whiskey. So now
you'd have had one so far, Emily. You'd have had one. You'd be much more clear-headed as well for this match.
Oh. My chair's
Champagne Sumo is missing a delight of you getting absolutely smashed.
I'll get more time goes on.
Yeah, she will.
Gage almost severed Mox's tongue during one match, and another he severed.
Here comes Rosa.
Ouch!
Corkscrew plancha to the floor.
Onto both of them, yeah, really nice there.
Very
nice. Mariah May coming back.
What's his face on the outside there is a nice person to catch.
Luther,
thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, Dr. Luther himself.
And he's great at catching.
Yeah, he's just a solid weight.
He is a solid a few times now. It's like he will catch you.
Yeah, he will. He's old school as well. You got
Emily.
Oh, yeah, I was watching Dr. Luther in FMW in 93, 94, something like that.
Emily, we know you like a burly man.
Yes.
A burly bald man as well. How's Dr. Burly Dr. Luther doing it for you? Would you like the butler?
Well. Do you like a man in a suit?
He doesn't.
The burly butler.
He doesn't do it for you? It's because he takes orders, isn't it? You don't like a man that takes orders. Parsley.
It's Parsley.
Oh my god.
Our dog's trying.
Oh my god.
You know my old snoring dog? He's just. No, he just farted.
Oh my god.
He just came over and farted and left.
Our dog just did that to us.
Please give me the return of Jamie Hayter. I doubt it, but I miss it so much. I miss it.
There you go. And Tom's just subbed to your channel.
And
cheers, Tom.
polished.
Appreciate that, bro.
I like them a bit rough around the edges.
Yes.
Hello, Andrea. Glad you're still here. Fun little
Tony
match
Storm.
going on here, by the way. Like, good pacing as well. And they're following a really hard match, because when you are following a hardcore match, which they are effectively following a hardcore match, you've seen people go through tables. You saw that T-bone off the apron through the table on the outside.
Really nice.
That is a massive bump. So if you're in the match afterwards, you're following a shooting with a stabbing, basically. It's a very different position. And the fact that the crowd are engaged into it like they are right now shows you just how good of a job these two, and to be fair, the television time they've had, have done in creating emotional attachment to the performers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're certainly not rushing to this, Dan. It doesn't feel like they've got a very limited time.
No, I mean, I wouldn't want to be... Rosa is known for telling people, like, Rosa don't give a fuck. Rosa will tell you what she thinks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and Rosa would... And I know Rosa has told them what she thinks in the past. And Rosa would do it again.
I love that.
So, Tony's a lot easier to deal with. Rosa will... Tony will tell you what she thinks, but, like, Rosa will really tell you what she thinks. But I wouldn't want to be the person to go up to these two and be like, oh, hey, you got 6 minutes. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Give these two time, because if you give these two time, they will reward you.
They will do it, yeah.
Yeah. Let these two reward you.
I also feel like Tony needs this after a couple of not bad pay-per-view matches, just not necessarily going to plan pay-per-view matches. Maybe we'll say that.
Big powerbomb. The facial reactions. Yeah. Sorry, and just Tony's facial reaction, like of that powerbomb, was so great.
Yeah, and it's the makeup as well, Dan.
People don't realize how much effort. Like, watch her face.
Oh, she's amazing.
People don't realize how hard it is when you're in pain to also sell mechanically in a way that doesn't necessarily make sense for your body, because you are working whilst you're in pain. It's a different world, man. I
also think that Tony's makeup's really helping her as well, Dan, as a small point as well, because like she's got this almost clown makeup on at the minute. It's very, very white makeup, but you're seeing all the work she's doing with the lips. Beautiful.
She's doing the old-fashioned movie makeup that does look really stupid, but really great. That's why you don't notice when it's in the black and white. And I like
highlighting
the details. I don't like the fabric choice on the gear. It's very traditional, classic fabric choice. I don't think it works. I don't think it translates because it looks very flat. That's the only thing I don't like about the presentation.
Big drop kick. Ryan just said. Sorry, Ant, carry on. Go on.
No, I'm half with you on that, and half not as well. I just think it's a lovely throwback. Like, I look at her in the ring at times, and I'm like, that could be Wendy Richter, and I'm here for that,
Yeah,
Death Valley Driver on the apron.
I like the color. I like the cut. I like seeing the embroidery anglaise. I believe that's how you say it on there. I just would have done it on a fabric with a little bit more sheen.
Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
I like all of that. It's just it doesn't. Or even if the lights.
Even if the raised bit was a different fabric or a different color.
Thread instead, but it's such a classic, and I understand the logic completely behind why you choose it. And like, she's put glitter spray in her hair. She looks great though.
The Ryan's saying some AEW fans don't like women's wrestling. Well, if you and some look bored when the match is happening, that's not that's on the presentation, because when you get a match involving people, regardless of gender, that you care about and you've been taught to care about, you will get this reaction, which you're getting right now. It's all about the presentation. I mean, there was the work on the back earlier that was going on, and Chris pointed out in the chat, like they're selling, they're making us care about things that we know about them, which is so. And there's the backstabber there. Like these two are having a great match. They're characters we care about. Most of the time, we don't get this kind of stuff with the girls in terms of the television time given required. And when you do give it, it's the same as anyone else. Like these guys have got the crowd far more than Kyle O'Reilly and Roddy Strong had earlier.
Yeah.
And it's because we care about the characters that we are seeing right now far more than we cared about the Roddy Strong and Kyle O'Reilly match. The biggest response for the Kyle O'Reilly-Roddy Strong match was Adam Cole coming out at the end.
Ironic as well, because I think we care about the story, the characters. We don't even really care about the story as much in this
Oh,
that's so nasty.
I want to know what the trick to that is.
Yeah, there's no trick to that, Dan. There's no trick to that.
I need to see that from a couple other angles.
No, we don't. Let's move on and pretend it never
I
happened.
do.
Hurt, not harm.
I don't know how you don't harm.
I feel there's going to be some.
Something.
Maybe it's just like a posture correction. You know, you get it on there to help put the shoulders back.
That was nice.
That was nice. Oh.
That was so nice because that was so seamless. And, lesser wrestlers, lesser skilled, but people that have been around a lot, would so lose their flow. And they didn't. They just went, didn't go, we go again, up. And they made it seamless rather than making it look like it went wrong. And then it was nice.
Toni Storm is so good. And she's such a professional, man. Because I would have kicked the shit out of her if someone did that to me. But she's kept it. She's kept it in. I do think there'll be crosswords.
I'm
diehard
crosswords
tonight, though, Dan.
A1 and love AEW Women's Wrestling. We've been begging for more. Yeah, I feel that is the case. And I think that now when we're getting this, this is a really good match. Tom saying these two women are on point. I said so many of the youth matches to me was better than Mania matches due to the stories told. Thank you very much. And it's so important to have. And when we get matches with stories to be told, look what we have. I think Tony's going to be paying Britt Baker a visit. Yes, right? Mainly the dentist after that.
Oh, wow. Fun fact. This is the first pay-per-view without any of the 4 pillars as of right now.
Wow.
Without any of the
4 pillars. MJF, Jungle Boy, Sammy Guevara, and...
Let's see if you can get the other one. It's a quiz, Dan. Come on. Wrestling quiz.
I honestly
love quizzes.
4 pillars. Another youngster.
Might end up showing up in the Young Bucks match.
I said Jungle Boy.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, the other one. Yeah, he's climbing mountains.
Who are the 4 pillars?
Oh, Darby.
Climbing mountains.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice German suplex from Rosa to Toni. Mariah May running around for something.
Right back.
Oh, we did not need that camera angle. But we know why they went with it.
Thank you. Where now?
Nice.
No, Deonna Purrazzo. Yeah,
I couldn't remember who was in the feud.
Yeah, Deonna Purrazzo. But we don't really know whose side she's on, do we?
Serena Deeb apparently did a great
go on, Luther.
promo recently, but I didn't see it. I think it was on Collision.
Dude, do you want a fact? Right. So obviously, I've been next week. I'm premiering my custom GM mode. Right. So I've been downloading 100.
Oh wait, guys! And we might want to follow this match at the moment. We'll come to that just at the other because we're in the closing stretch.
Yeah, we are. We're getting.
Are they actually going to switch? Are they going to switch it? They didn't need to go to this.
Oh, beautiful. Storm Zero, that's going to be it. Nah. She kicked out. Oh, shit. She kicked out. Oh, what a great match. The crowd are on the feet, Dan.
Yeah.
This is great to see. This has been the best match, I think, Thunder Rosa, Toni Storm's had since she's had the title, actually.
Because they've given her time.
They're giving them time. They've given them a story as well. And you care more. It doesn't matter how good the match is if you do not care more.
Kyle
if you
O'Reilly's
not care,
one being
right?
an example, no story.
Oh, like this. Wow, using the camera. I love it. But she's... And
got to the
Rosa
ropes.
gets to the ropes, selling that back from that attack throughout after being in a cloverleaf. This has been a banger of a match.
Really good. Really good.
How long have we gone as well? This feels like, 12, 13 minutes so far?
So far. We are approaching the
Tony
end,
signaled
aren't
something, which means it's going to get reversed.
we? Yeah, Death Valley
There it
Drive
is.
coming up.
And now Rosa going for something. I don't know what this is. Oh, Cobra Clutch with a camel clutch. Oh, and now a Cobra Clutch crossface. You're too close to the ropes for us to buy into that as a finish. If that would be a finish, I'd be really upset.
Yeah.
Okay, so the ropes are going to come into play in some form of fashion.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Thunder Rosa. I mean, I love Thunder Rosa. I really do. I think she's a cracking wrestler. And you know,
I just think it's too soon.
Yeah, I agree.
She's going to have something.
Like the referee's fixing the ring apron.
There it is. Now we're at the
that
finish.
Play into it?
Yeah.
A low blow.
There we go.
Toni Storm winning with a low blow.
Straight up knocked off Thunder Rosa's false lashes. I always think that's like I love it when the lashes are off. I just think it's
yeah, like
love it.
No, body
What a
shaming
great
just ain't cool. I thought it was bullshit with Sheamus last week as well, Tom.
What happened there?
People being dicks. If there's one thing you can rely on wrestling fans on Twitter.
What has Sheamus changed body shape?
He was brought back earlier than he anticipated. He wasn't in the shape that he used to be in, and people therefore.
Oh.
But yeah.
God forbid humans be human.
Yeah. God forbid. So what I was going to say about my custom GM mode, Dan, is I'm downloading 100 wrestlers right now for my custom GM mode.
Okay.
And people have requested, put a lot of requests in on people that we can have in it. One of them was Serena Deeb, who had one really badly made superstar on the superstar search. So the superstar has hundreds of thousands of superstars, and it's quite interesting. The other one that I was really fascinated by, Su Yung, only had one person that had made it. And when you put into account that people like Sapphire Reed have got them, you know, and there was several others. Yeah. Jetta and Charlie Morgan both have them. Alex Windsor has multiple, you know. But yeah, Serena Deeb, one that I couldn't even use, you know. So.
And Su Yung only won.
Su Yung only
won.
Cheers, by the way.
Oh yeah. You now have to download another one because.
Yes, I will download this shot of
You will download that shot of whiskey.
So what did you end up on? I was at 73% of people that thought that Toni was going to win.
Yeah, not that. Toni defeated Rosa.
Well done, give me a hell yeah. Another win. Another victory for the Give me a hell yeah team.
Here's the thing, right? By the way, right? This is where you know that I don't look for inside info or any of this stuff, right? Because I'm going with Will. And if Will loses, and you all know that Will's a mate of mine, so if Will loses, then you know for a fact I ain't asking for insider info on any of this stuff. This is me purely being me. So if Will loses, that's your proof.
Do you know what?
What?
I think Will's losing here.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
if you want to carry on this story.
What was our percentage?
It's got to lose at some point. Oh, 77 for the other guy.
What percentage did you get?
Yeah, it was their lot keep coming over. So, you know.
Those don't even count.
Make sure you like the video on the way. What did you get, Dan?
Our people respect rules of games because
exactly.
games are more fun when you're playing by the rules and then just destroy people.
They don't care about rules, Emily.
Victory.
It's all about choke, is what I think.
There's no honor in that victory. Disgusting.
Tom, you can ask me any question anytime, brother.
I don't remember being the Hill podcast. Yeah, guys, and if you do have any questions in my chat as well for Dan, this is a wrestling promoter that we've got on right now that's worked a lot with Will Ospreay. He was with Will Ospreay the other week at your show, actually, when I was there.
Sorry, Straight Edge Mikey's just said this is Danielson's last year, so maybe Danielson got this. I actually think the opposite, because it's his last year, that he'll want to put Will.
Yeah, but you
over.
can't just keep putting. And the thing is,
But that
why only do one Danielson Will match?
That's what I'm thinking.
Like,
because I think they're going to do blood and guts with the Blackpool Combat Club, Emily. So if you want this to really start having legs, then this becomes Ospreay's first loss right now.
Andrew Richardson, welcome to the chat. He says Will is going to lose, turn face, and SmackDown. Chris says 60-minute time limit. No, I think we've gone too far time wise. I think if we'd have had 10 matches on the pay-per-view, then yeah. But with 12 matches, no, I don't think we're getting a 60-minute one.
Mate, it's 3:30 in the morning already. Jesus.
Yeah.
We've got 3 long matches as well.
That's why I thought we had less matches, because I looked at the time.
How many matches we got? We got 4 matches to go.
3 matches
including
to go.
This one.
Yeah, including this, we've got 4 matches. We got this. We got Swerve. We've got what else we got?
We've got this Swerve, the tag team match, and that's it. We've only.
The ladder match as well. I swear there was 12 matches on the show tonight.
There might have been, but I can't see any others on the list, Dan. No.
Yeah, he gets such a big pop as well. People know he's special, man.
He is special, man. I'm just going to go to the toilet.
He's one where people responded to him as a star. Like, the pop at Wembley was mad, and I kept saying, like, he hasn't had a bunch of time, like, mainstream telly. And he got, like, one of the biggest pops. Are you having a look at the matches?
I appear to be off on my numbers. I'm 9-0. I'm not 8-0. That's why I've got it wrong. I'm 9-0.
Oh. So we have only got 2 matches left, right?
3, including this one. 2 after this.
2 after this. Ah, okay. That makes more sense. But...
So that's why I was off. I'd missed one. So I'm actually 9-0. Willow's already a face. Yeah, Willow's already a face. The story, as Chris is rightly pointing out, is more, when. Dan, given that Rhea Ripley's stink face went viral, how difficult is it for you as a booker to resist temptation to book that way for cheap views? Well, here's the thing. There are some people that it's all about what matches like your product and the character themselves. It's not something that that I'm a fan of, but if there was a talent who was good and it made sense within the character it was done, I wouldn't be against it. But I would absolutely never ask a talent to do something like that in exchange for views. Like, because what does it mean? You're listen to this crowd. Sorry, guys. That's wrestling. When you don't even need to do something for a crowd to be chanting, holy shit.
Look at them like sprinters on the starting line with how they were in the corners.
There we go. This is... I'll finish this I'll finish this now as the two about to go in. But yeah, I would never book someone to do that. It would be... The only way it would happen on one of our shows would be if there's a character where it makes sense for them to do it, and they are over as not because of that, but because of everything else, and that's just part of the act.
I guess Alley Cat and Sky.
Yeah, Alley Cat and
terribly good example.
But they didn't do a stink face.
No,
but if
they didn't do a
did,
stink face, but they did a kind of match like you didn't tell them to do.
No,
any of those things in a match. You said,
No, but I knew what I was getting when I booked them because I know what those characters and those wrestlers are going to do. So when they went through the match, they came up to me to say, look, we're going to do this. And I went, look, I know what you guys are going to do when I put the match together. Because a good booker can see the match with the wrestlers before they've done the match, right? And I already knew the match they were going to do, and that's why I put the match together. And they did the match that I knew. But they did it without me telling them. Yeah. It was my ability to know what they would do because I know the talent. So, it's down on them and what works for them. But don't do it gratuitously for that reason only. Does that make sense? Hopefully that the add-on makes sense.
One of the best women's matches, period. Triple H should have been watching. Yeah, man, it was a really, really solid match.
I feel it should have been main event. Yeah, I get why, but here's the thing. You have to have your title. And they've been smart in having a ladder match go in between. And the ladder match being what it'll be.
It'll be different.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Oh, thank you, Ryan.
I see a load of names that I recognise from the GM mode. So thank you for joining us for one of the live streams. I do appreciate it. Just have if you don't mind, Dan, just a quick announcement from today. My video got corrupted due to not having enough space on my SSD. So the penultimate video has gone, unfortunately. So we'll be moving straight on to the finale for that series and then moving into our custom GM mode next week. We're also next weekend going to have a roster reveal. So I'll be revealing the roster of the 100 wrestlers who I have downloaded. They do include a load of Pro Wrestling Eve talent as well. So we're going to have some fun with them for sure. We've got the likes of Sapphire Reed in there, Nina Samuels, Sue Young. So come and hang out if you fancy watching me look at some spreadsheets. There we go.
I'm assuming that Swerve is winning the title tonight, and you know, you have to maintain the integrity of the ET. It's one of the issues that I've really got with the next Eve show. What do I main event on? Do I main event on the War Games Rules Steel Cage match? Do I main event with the Eve Championship match? The difference, of course, for me is I have to factor in building time and takedown time of the cage.
I was going to say, we've got the cage put up and takedown
to factor in,
which is a huge factor on an independent show.
Yeah,
which is why Wrestle Kingdom 1 you opened with the
Queendom, match, even. Didn't you? Despite what Charlie Morgan says, that show was in fact called Wrestle Queendom.
So many times he said Kingdom.
You call Wrestle Kingdom, yeah. Don't worry, Charlie Morgan said Kingdom all the time.
Though weirdly, talking about Wrestle Kingdom, she called it Wrestle Queendom.
She did. Whenever she was asked about
Wrestle Kingdom. It was amazing.
Yeah, she got the shows the wrong way around. So Okada main evented Wrestle Kingdom, Queendom, and she main evented Wrestle Queendom.
Nice.
So there you go. Yeah, Strange Robotic keeps saying always go with your top time for main event. Yeah, normally I would agree with you, but we have to factor in build time, placement on YouTube, and takedown and everything. So it's
also obviously
harder for us.
The last pay-per-view as well didn't have the world title headline. They managed to get around that by giving Sting the title before he left, so it was still a championship match, which I have no problem with. Whoa!
We had when Charlie Morgan made her return.
Look at Danielson's face. It's Danielson's face that made all that mean so much more, because we have seen Will do that many times, but not necessarily got this reaction. But Danielson's face made that mean so much more.
And he didn't just do his smiley thing, because he does that a lot as well. Do you know, he's just enjoying himself. He didn't come up to Final Countdown, no. Have a nice birthday in 2 weeks, Hassan. I'll see you later, Michael. Thanks for joining us, mate. It's been a good night.
Crowd chanting fight forever. We're only a few minutes into. Don't worry, crowd. They got time left.
We've got time left. Is it 30 minutes, this match, Dan?
There's no time. I mean, I would imagine the problem with AEW is they could use the time limit to tell stories like we do, but they don't announce them.
Yeah, it's not all the way through. Yeah.
And if you're gonna ever play with time limits, you must remember to announce the time limit on every single match.
Yeah.
And just put the time.
Well, you guys do, don't you? You have the clock up every match.
I mean, can you imagine watching a football match and there's no timer? Imagine watching a boxing fight or an MMA fight, no timer. It's illogical.
And what does
it hurt you to say this match has a 15-minute time limit, 20-minute time limit, 30-minute time limit, 60-minute? What does it hurt?
Worst case, you get an unexpected time limit draw. And That can happen.
Yeah, there's
That
no
has
excuse
happened,
for it at
but-
this level, though.
No, I'm just saying the worst case of people like we don't want to put it on there. That's the worst case. But at this level, with that amount of production and communication, you should not be having that.
Exactly. Tom's saying my argument's main event with the War Games due to what it involves. I don't disagree. It's just that Sue versus Nina is also one of the biggest Eve Championship matches that I think we've ever done. You're talking about two people whose win-loss rate, like someone who's never been pinned and submitted in Eve, and someone that hasn't been pinned in Eve since 2022. And here's the thing: it's like often when you're watching shows and you've got like someone who is a known wrestler coming into a promotion, and you think, oh, they're there to put the other person over. But we know that's not the case because we know that Su Yung has a long-term contract with Eve. So that's why you've seen Su Yung in like 5 of the last 6 Eve shows or 7 of the last Eve shows. Regardless of win, loss, or draw, you're going to see Su Yung in Eve again this year, soon. So, so like Nina and Su Yung as a match that is such a big championship match. It's hard. And then, like I say, there's just the logistics side of it as well. It's really difficult. But hey, there's also an argument for me to main event on the tag team I Quit match.
With it being
first time ever of its sort and the nature of what it is that they're doing. It'd be the least argument, but there is an argument if people said so.
The pay-per-view once again, AEW puts on the best pay-per-views. They certainly do, man. They never disappoint. The talent are all incredible, and they really do use the time a lot better. I think you're right, Dan, without the video packages, we get to see wrestling, and as wrestling fans, that's what we know we're going to get from the AEW product. And
to be fair, when you have bought the pay-per-view, do you need the pay-per-view recap videos? Sometimes maybe, but certainly not for every match.
I think for a big feud, when there's been like a big long-term feud or story, I think that's nice. For this match, I think that was nice.
I actually think, Emily, that sometimes it's better to not do the video package and do a different type of video package. And we've seen that quite a few times, like when Edge returned and they had that really nice video package with the car. That wasn't necessarily a recap as opposed to a new extension to the story,
Yeah.
Ospreay sends Danielson to the outside, so... And look at Will work this crowd. And remember what I've said to you before on the streams, and Will has a theater background.
Yeah,
Will knows how to work. He knows how to, act. He knows how to play to a crowd in ways far more than just most wrestlers. I recommend, and I've said before, back when we had Eve Academy, the most natural wrestlers that we ever had come through Eve Academy were people that had a theater background.
Whether that's acting or dancing.
They're the ones that understood wrestling better than wrestling fans, as crazy as it sounds.
Theater where they did the dance element as well. Because then they got the rhythm and working the crowd.
Yeah, so...
Ospreay really selling this.
He is. Is it a liver? Have they gone with like a liver shot type thing?
I'm not sure, just midsection, I think, but I could be wrong. Someone want to bring us up. What if we missed? If they told us something? Old Librarian saying that's why. Is that why TNA did a pay-per-view with all cage matches? Yes, that is to begin with. That is part of the thing because of putting up and taking down. They did not have the ability like a WWE to lift and go over. They could only really put it around, and it was the time for a 6-sided ring to put the cage up. So that is the reason why. Now, it was something that's been put to me as people said, why don't you do an all-cage show? No, it's because you're going to get a repetition of styles of matches because with TNA, they just had some people do the match in a cage but without working the cage. But that's illogical. If you've got a cage there to use the cage. The problem with that is you're then repeating the format and the structure of the match. And I don't really want to do that. And I don't want to devalue the idea of people running their opponents' heads into steel.
But Dan, if you wanted to come to, I don't know, a location like Hull, you could have a Hull in a Cell match where
I could do Hull in a Cell if I was
every match was Hull in a Cell. Wouldn't
we have to cage all of Hull for that to make sense?
Yes,
someone should.
It'd be like
should.
the Simpsons movie.
Yeah, just
Hole in a Dome.
hole in a dome.
Hole in a dome. Wow.
Andrew's saying wrestlers are the best actors, only get one take. Exactly. They're actors, they're stuntmen, they're fight choreographers, they're improv artists. There's so much in wrestling. That's why wrestlers have a hard time quitting, because you cannot go into another field that combines all the elements of wrestling in one go like wrestling does.
Oh, wow.
It's nice having Nigel McGuinness on commentary as these two fire back with chops. And I have been in the vicinity of Will's chops, like at parties, like where
at chop parties. What is
what
this?
it was birthday party. So usually at birthday parties, someone will, if it's in the wrestling business, someone will take birthday chops. And I've been at birthday
Weird
parties
tradition.
with Will, where Will's given the birthday chops.
Mm.
There was
I
only
bet.
one person one other person who Will winced at when he delivered a chop. That was me, baby. That was me.
Oh, beautiful from Ospreay, catching him on the way back round.
Wrestling fans, closeted theatre geeks. Yes, Champagne Sumo, it's good to see you. You have missed Emily getting smashed, my brother.
Oh, Champagne Sumo there. Yeah, Emily
Champagne
smashed.
Sumo's here.
Hey, man.
Tom Petchner, Dan just took my biggest claim away. I was in a theatre play with Will Many. Oh, wow, fantastic. There you go. We literally have someone from a theatre play in the chat right now who has worked with Will. So therefore, don't you know it?
At what play was it, out of interest? BCC
Stable
had a book club.
Forum!
Yeah, did you hear about this? BCC's book club.
What?
They've got a book club, the BCC.
Oh, yes, I did hear about that.
Yeah, that's really cool. There's a whole thing in Hull at the minute. One of my friends has started a silent reading group. They go to like bars and read.
Oh, sorry.
I love reading.
I don't get it, but I like it.
And I am a good read.
I don't like book groups because I don't know how to pronounce half the words I read. I know what they mean.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know.
Big spin kick up. Sends Bryan to the outside. These two, just when they slow it down, they bring the pace back up. They do not let your attention go. They just bring back enough. As Will goes to the top rope, I'm assuming he's going to go for his twister. There it is.
Oh, good
and
stuff.
Look how he...
Oh.
Here's another thing that people don't know that Will can do. Will can break dance. Because of fucking course he can. Right? So, and that's how Will was able to do that and then just push up the way he does.
That makes so much sense.
Like, look.
I do feel like Will is eventually going to be like a pilot on planes and be the modern day Bruce Dickinson.
Will is ridiculous. If anyone cages hold, they're due a knighthood, says Tom.
If anyone what?
Cages hold, they're due a knighthood, says Tom. Champagne says hello. Chris says Will was selling chops to fans at the New Japan Rev Pro Show in 2018, like literally charging them $5 to be chopped.
First
I
time
bet he
I've
did.
seen that was
Jazzy, alpha female
at our show. Someone asked her.
That was in 2012.
Yeah, and as a joke, she said £10.
No, 20.
20.
Yeah.
And he said yes. And
Dragon suplex. Sorry, Tiger suplex too.
Then she had
and holds
a line.
Wow.
And then straight into the... And look at Will. Like... Oh, my God. No thigh slaps, by the way. No thigh slaps.
No.
This is a great match so far, Andrea.
This is a great match.
Champagne, Emily, please be gentle with Dan after the show.
I made those
cattle mutilation from Bryan. True story.
Two babies with magic.
True story. Bryan Danielson was actually booked on the very first Eve show. Sorry, the very first Eve show. The very first show I ran. It wasn't Eve. It's 2002.
I was gonna say
Eve was 2010. But my very first show, Bryan Danielson was actually booked, but I forget what happened, and I ended up basically having to make a call, and I made the call to change and go through with a different thing and work with Bryan at a later date. But we're actually going to do Bryan Danielson versus Loki. That was actually a match that was booked for the very first ever show.
Wow.
Oh, hi, Nathan. Oh, Dan.
Hey, Nathan. Good to see you, my friend. And Tom says, I've legit seen Will breakdance and pretend I taught him for an easy pull. Yeah, man. Danielson running in. Big boots in the side of Will.
Putting him on the top rope now, Dan.
Rana, which technically I guess is a Dragon Rana if it's done by the American Dragon. But
Oh. Lands heavy on his legs there, though, did Danielson.
Brushing off the...
He's so good at taking them moments, Dan.
And look at him firing it up. Kicks it around.
Brilliant storyteller.
Kick to the neck. Miss Sauer and a lot of people don't realize, like, when people look at Will, they assume he's just only influenced by high flyers. Will's favorite promotion is All Japan Pro Wrestling from like the Real World Tag League. It's the reason why when he started his own promotion, Frontline, he actually had the All Japan style canvas split down the middle of red and blue. And so, when he does that Tiger Driver right there, that is an ode to Mitsuharu Misawa, the late great Mitsuharu Misawa.
Danielson,
and now
looking at him on the top,
trying to block that top rope.
Because transitions matter, right, Dan? Transitions matter. It's not just about going for a move.
Everything in wrestling matters.
It's about fighting people off constantly. You know, that's what makes us believe.
Oh, he's trying to go.
And look at the man in the audience. And his hand out to Will.
Oh,
Will...
No.
Oh no, I don't want to see this, please. No. Okay, no, that was okay.
Yeah, I mean, it still weren't nice, but that was... Release Tiger Suplex. Release Tiger Suplex. Do you know how good both men have to be to do that?
And this is the first match I've ever had together as well.
Ryback loves OTS for life. Welcome to this chat. Who says no?
Right, that's also what I was thinking. Yeah, the fan who reached out to Will because Will was reaching out to the crowd.
Yeah, that was great, Emily. That
Ricky
was a really nice cinematic match.
Oh!
Incredible.
Oh.
You don't have to speed up anything at that point on replays, Dan. You know, it's that.
No.
AEW don't slow down the replays and speed
them
up.
And the match still goes.
Yeah,
Will, after taking that bump, has no time because he is getting kicked repeatedly. One thing about when we spoke about the results of this match that we haven't actually mentioned is what Bryan Danielson's win-loss record in AEW is most recently. And it is not very good. He has been putting everyone over. And, you know, at some point, to keep the value and to keep the interest, he has to win a big one. He literally does. Oh! And look, the difference in how he fires up.
And the crowd are behind it because they didn't expect him to get up like that. People
accuse him of not selling. He is selling.
There's a difference between
no selling and firing up.
Not selling. He's always selling.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, Will's... I didn't even consider that people would accuse him of that.
Yeah, people don't like the fact that Will is as good as he is, and therefore look to try to, you know, just make out that he's something other than what he is.
Well, then
what he is remarkable.
Like ridiculous.
Yeah,
he is just remarkable.
Ospreay and Danielson could have a fever of 102 injured and still put on a 5-star match. 100%. Danielson does need a win. I just don't think it's this one. Yeah, I don't disagree.
On the apron.
Unless we've got some big creative happening, I
just think they're going. I think that Danielson's getting the win because I think we're going to get a lot more of this.
That's exactly right, Chris.
Chris has just said people who don't understand selling say he knows sells.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
Okada.
Do you know who wins in this match anyway?
We win.
Fans.
We
right.
win.
We've won already. See, when you were saying, do you think it would be like Okada and Bryan Danielson where it couldn't live up to? I just didn't see it, and I'm.
Well, what helps is this crowd as well. This crowd are like, we're not waiting. We're not needing you to prove to us. We know, so we ain't gonna sit down and wait for you to give us and to earn our applause. We are there right from the start, and they have.
Also,
there was, yeah.
Will can do more spurts of like his wrestling style, whereas Okada took them on a story more, and that's not what the crowd wanted.
Wait, Storm.
Okay. Oh
no, the ref. Oh, thank God.
Oh,
the ref
diving
now
hidden
the same
blade.
way. That's on him.
Is that what he said? That's
Yeah.
on me.
No,
That's great.
no, what did he say?
I thought he said that's on him, but he might have said that's on me. Yeah, mate. Ishii, one of the greatest sellers ever. Ever. Willard's very talented. He just picked AEW. I think in the long run, don't do a bit better. He's happier in AEW. Everything he wants, he has with AEW. Legit.
And
He cuts. Here's the thing. I don't know if people know this. He was refereeing a show in the UK yesterday. So he did Dynamite, still flew back, refereed his mum's show, because his mum runs wrestling shows,
his mum.
Wow.
right? And then flew back to do this match. Will is doing what he wants.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's not an attack. By the way, Tom, I know what you mean. But like this, but Will's living his dream, like.
And that.
Oh, no messing about there with a beautiful drop kick.
Oh!
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I
Good
knew
stuff.
you would know that. I was letting everyone else know.
I do think, especially when you're doing something that can damage your body this much and impact your life this much, you need to be happy doing it. That is important.
I don't think he needs a title run, straight edge. I don't need a title run, but I just think we still need to keep him at a certain level so that when he puts people over, it means more than just him putting everyone over on the way out. You know what I mean?
Springboard.
Very
Oh,
nice.
gets caught though. Gets caught. Arm
Every-
locked. Oh, rolling through.
Oh, the strength.
Deadlift.
The
Obviously,
strength.
guillotine,
Will.
lovely.
And blessed. And Bryan Danielson has to really hold it and engage his core.
Yeah, I was going to say it's
The speed of that.
The way he got into it. It's so
this
good.
is so good.
This match is just. If you're a wrestler and you're watching this, how many people? There's going to be two columns. There's going to be one column of people that are like, I am inspired. And there's going to be another column of people going, well, I'm fucked because I can't do this.
I'd always be one of my favorite Terry Pratchett books made me stop writing because I used to love writing. And I read it and I was like, he's too good. It's too good. I'm done.
Pulls it back, and we're in that position that he had Okada in.
Careful.
Oh no, he's adjusting it slightly with Okada. He had the leg in.
Get his foot to the rope.
My God, this should be main event, but Swerve winning deserves the main event moment. But these two deserve it. Straight Edge Mikey, thank you for being on both screens at the same time.
Notice how he made it. What he made it mean so much as Will gets that ropes.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ant. Didn't mean to.
No, it's all good. No, it's all good, man. I'm just thanking Straight Edge. He's been commenting on my chat, commenting on your chat. He's clearly got two devices open, and we appreciate you for that, man. Because we're both smaller channels. It's nice to have some of the views on it. I appreciate it.
Match of the year, typical AEW's match of the year. 4 of the top 5 matches of the year are AEW matches. Nobody does better wrestling pay-per-views in the world, than an AEW pay-per-view. There is never a better top-to-bottom show than an AEW pay-per-view. Oh, my God.
And here's the thing, Dan. We're getting a lot more AEW pay-per-views. They're coming every month at the minute, you know?
Yeah.
So
Well, the next one, May 26th, I think it was.
it's only a
We
month
already know
away.
one match
you know?
of Mercedes Moné against Willow Nightingale. Oh, that's...
Oh,
Look at this.
They are both so good.
So good.
People don't realize how good you have to be, like, to do it, to get caught.
Yeah.
Oh!
Ah.
Oh! Ref, you should have trusted more because Will was out at 2.999. And the ref...
stopped.
1,
Roll through.
2, 1, 2.
Oh, getting up.
Traps the arms and he still flips out.
Oh, God, he's so good.
Oh, running knee.
Oh.
Fuck me. 1, 2.
Turn him inside out.
No.
Ah. Thank you, Straight. Yeah, we do appreciate everyone for hanging out with us and joining us for moments like this. Easy 5-star matches like this. It's incredible.
This
It's
is so
incredible.
I kind of
My
want to
God.
just message him to go, mate, I'm asthmatic. You can't have me holding my breath like that.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
You wouldn't say mate, you'd say bruv. Don't lie to yourself.
And even that's had an attack.
Just a little mini one, just a cheeky little heart attack. What's that?
Listen to this crowd. And we are in the 10th match of the show, and they are like this. That is insane.
It really is, man. It really is.
Well, and here's the thing, and I know what I'm going to get, and because I'm used to it, right? He's your mate, you're biased, all this other shit, right? Bollocks, right? No one has ever had a year, not since like not with this many matches. We've got to go back to Masawa and Kobashi's like epic years,
right?
But no one has ever had this volume of matches at this high level and delivered the way that Will has. Nobody.
Also, you have lots of friends within wrestling, you know?
Yeah.
It's like...
But Will is a polarizing person for many people for many reasons.
Yeah.
So they like to pick on the aspect of Will. And plus, I think more people know about Will and me than they know about others.
But he's like...
What
he's
match?
just stupidly talented.
He is?
And he works hard as well, because you can be massively talented and lazy, and you'll never reach that. He is not lazy.
I'll need 800 cigarettes after this, says Chris. Tell me about it. You know, truth,
I might take up smoking again.
I wish. Do you know one match that I wish we could get that I'm not sure we ever will?
Go on.
Randy and Will. Randy and Will would be great. Completely
Randy?
different, but it would be
It would.
great. It would be really good.
Randy who?
Orton.
Randy Orton, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Brandy Rhodes. I was like, Jesus.
I said Randy.
I thought you meant Randy Savage, and I was like, yeah, we're definitely not getting that down. That's a very
Oh,
odd
yeah.
I
one.
also would want to see
True.
that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that would be
but
amazing.
that one's definitely.
No, I agree. I don't think we'll see Randy and Will. I don't know how long Randy's got left.
Crowd. And Bryan. Oh my God!
Oh!
One-handed, one-armed, a
Yeah,
one-armed
he's a freak, mate.
styles clash.
Yeah, he's a freak.
Are you kidding me?
It does.
From a laid down position to standing up with one arm. Are you freaking kidding me? Like let's take a really dangerous move and just stand up with one arm and just what the hell?
So good. So good. Wonder what happened to Bryan to require the butterflies. Does anyone know? Was that something to do with Collision or?
Oh yeah, I don't.
What would happen if this match ends in a draw? We get a rematch another later on down the line, and I celebrate that I get to watch this again.
But it's
Angle disagrees with that observation.
Oh, I hope they're not going to try to open. These two firing back on their knees.
They might.
Yeah, I know.
And that's also illogical.
Oh, you got cut open on Collision last night. Thank you, Ryan. He had a bunkhouse brawl last night. Of course he did. Oh, Kawada kicks. This is that All Japan. More of the All Japan that I mentioned. Oh, my God.
This is next level stuff, Dan.
Oh, yeah, this is. Inokiplex.
Oh.
Oh, watch your head.
Oh!
Hidden blade.
He's going to get caught with a knee. There it is.
Oh, a knee in the back of the head from the Oscar.
This
Guys.
fucking match.
When we did
Wow.
all of those 2.99999 kickouts, you just assume in your head you're like, and then we're this close to the end. No, they calmed it down a little bit and then just to kill us again.
So we went and watched Oppenheimer the other night in IMAX. And like Emily came out going, this is like when you have to break your 5-star rule because this is better than any other 5-star you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And this match is like that. like when you have a match that is so significantly better than what your previous top level layer is.
Oh yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah.
You have to break it, and you're like,
It's
well,
like-
I guess there's a new. I guess we do have 6 stars now.
Because it's that,
Yeah.
or you have to go back and bump
Everything
single
down.
match
Everything else down.
Because this is significantly
Or
higher.
you just say, yeah, this was just. I did not.
Thanks.
And
Sean.
look at this. Look at this
What
shot.
is the
Come on,
crowd
guys.
saying?
Give us.
Yes. Oh,
that'll be. They can tell some great.
Oh,
stories
it's
for it,
knee
isn't it?
versus blade. Knee versus elbow.
Oh, what a moment! What a moment!
come on, guys. This is too good.
Who's going to get it?
I'll pull down your pads, man. Pull down your pads. Oh,
Look
Bryan
at
needed to
this.
pull
Look
down
at the build. And Bryan's even doing the yes,
Even
which
the
he
yes
told Vince he would
chants.
never do. Oh, he hits it. Will
He
got
hits
it
him up top.
first.
He hits
Tiger
him up top.
driver. No, Stormbreaker.
Oh,
No. Tiger driver. Oh, my God.
He's twitching. He's got a twitch. He's got a twitch. Danielson's
are we
Danielson's doing that a lot recently.
Oh, what finisher we
So
got?
what have
Because
we
that was
got
safe.
now?
That was safe as houses.
Oh,
Oh! 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
And they're
Wow,
calling the
Ospreay
doctor
getting the win
Beautiful.
there. What a match.
oh my god, it's made my heart.
Woo.
Oh, you know.
I feel so bad. Who has to follow up this after this match? It's Young Bucks at FTR. I think they'll be fine. Approaching 30 minutes. Goosebumps. Yeah, man. So good. So good. So good. Incredible.
So good. And that is the kind of match, like Dan was saying, you can't 5-star that because it's too much above.
And look at all
Other
the health
facts on
professionals going in, Emily. All the health professionals going in to look after Danielson, really putting over how much he's been attacked.
Yeah, this putting him over in more than just... This isn't just putting Will over. This is putting Will's move over to another level.
Yeah, man. Sassy
That
gives
is
it.
also really driving home because Will is a cheeky chappy. He's a nice guy. You see all of that, and it is driving home that he's a cheeky chappy. He's a nice guy. He's a killer. You know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ospreay chants from the crowd. He's going to check on Danielson.
This is good story. This is good story. It's basic. Wrestling storytelling at its most basic form is some of the best storytelling. And that is what we're getting here.
Will's best match this year. Yeah, I can agree with this. I was watching it and I was thinking, is this going to be better than the Takeshita match? And it was, yeah.
it was better than the Takeshita match.
It was great.
For me, they just took that little extra story out. I don't know.
I think it's the depth of the characters. I mean, Takeshita,
Yes.
I love
Yeah.
Takeshita, but
Yeah,
it's
no,
it's
you're
the
right.
depth of Danielson. When you've got them two against each other in the ring and it's knee versus elbow and you know the story, you know what it is, and they're both going and deliver that move at the same time. That's unique, man. That's
It's the-
unlike anything that you could
There's
do with
the
many
lovely
people.
Sorry, there's the lovely story there that Ospreay didn't know that Danielson was dealing with the ref and the doctor and didn't know, like, Danielson thought that the match was being stopped at that point or halted
Yep.
when Will then hit the move. And Will is now, of course, selling guilt as a result.
What's his Callus's reaction to this? Because we've seen him around the ring, but I haven't really seen his
Yeah, I was wondering.
intention, whether he's angry at Will for being concerned or
Yeah.
I don't really know
Is he
what.
encouraging Will to celebrate? Because I can't.
Yeah,
tell what he's up
I
to.
don't know what that was.
And we're coming away from it, which is
yeah. But we'll find out on Wednesday, I'm sure.
yeah, we will.
I hope Danielson is not really hurt. I hope he's just selling. Yeah, he was just selling.
Oh,
They wouldn't
yeah,
have
yeah,
cameras
he's
on
selling.
him. They don't have the
was
cameras on him.
fantastic.
They would have had more.
Yeah, he does.
He would have been in a neck brace by now.
Praying it's kayfabe injury for Danny Bryan. I love the fact that you're all asking that question, right? Because that means that we don't know. So good. No, I just think he's really good.
Tell me what you think is being built, Tom. Because, I mean, there's lots of things that I'm seeing.
Best in the world. Great setup for Blood and Guts, says our Sassy. That's what I get. Get up, Bryan. Get up. Seeing Callis look worried is not good. Is that what it was? Did you get Callis being worried?
I mean, I didn't hear, because obviously I wasn't listening to the commentary, and I didn't see any of the stuff with Callis. I saw Callis around the outside, but because I was looking at the chat and I didn't see what he was actually doing.
Are we sure that injuries will work? I mean, I know Danielson has made me a mark a few times, but yeah, I'm fairly confident.
Yeah,
it was pretty safe, the ending. Yeah, it was a safe ending. The hidden blade missed by a mile at the end. Yeah, so I'd say it's pretty safe. Here we go, guys. We have the next match. Oh, what was your results on that last match?
Oh, I haven't checked. I mean, I imagine whatever it was, I was wrong. Bryan Danielson. There we go.
Bryan Danielson, Dan. I hope you've at least got some more subscribers off this game.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
The number that we go for is this lovely 10-0.
Well, I didn't get that one right, but well done. Give me a whole year once again, smashing the expectations of for Wrestling Eve. Next time, I think we'll win without cheating as well. It seems easy enough. Team Hull, yeah, another victory. Straight Edge Society. I mean, he's definitely voting on both streams. Danielson. So a big match. You guys looking forward to this? This is FTR again. I'm glad to put the gimmick in actually now, Dan, for sure.
Here's the thing. I hate ladder matches.
I know you do. I know.
Right.
Dangerous.
Nothing. Yeah, and it's the danger that I hate. And I just kind of think it's a tough one because what we just saw, and we need the crowd. Like when they were doing ladder matches in the world shutdown era where there was no fans in attendance.
Yeah.
I would hear from people all the time about how busted up people were getting because they didn't have the adrenaline of the crowd.
No.
To fire them up, and therefore they were actually getting more hurt, and they were finding it harder to get through the matches because they were just taking these big bumps and getting hurt, and there's no ooh and come on and cheering. There was no adrenaline. Yeah. It was just thud, and then they get to do another thing to get hurt again. Yeah. And so when you're following a big match like we just saw, you really need the crowd to be with you to help get through taking these big killer bumps. And the reason why I'm not a fan of ladder matches is most of the time the big bumps that these guys are taking are generally forgotten. And I'm a big believer that if you're taking big bumps using objects, then you should be selling the effects of these things for longer than just that night.
Longer than just a second.
I remember the very first tag team ladder match in WWE, the Hardys versus Edge and Christian, No Mercy, 1999.
Yeah.
And they didn't work Raw the following week, or, they came out on Raw, both teams bandaged up, selling that they couldn't possibly wrestle on Raw because they just beat each other up in a great ladder match. In
ladders, yeah.
Now we get, we had this great ladder match. We're going to do a rematch. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've had that kind of stupidity.
We had the ladder match on Rampage, and on Collision tomorrow night, you're getting a TLC. Yeah.
Right. And it's just like, and we've had that in WWF, and it's WWE, where there's, and I'm just like, why? Like, if you're taking killer bumps, they should be sold as killer bumps. You shouldn't forget about bumps. Bumps shouldn't be something you forget. And that's why I always feel uncomfortable with these ladder matches.
Sassy's got a great question. If we have the blood and guts match between Team BCC and Don Callis family, who will be the fifth wrestler on each team? That's an interesting question for everyone, Prof, Eve, and us.
Yeah. Can I just say, Tom, good guy Tom, whilst I subscribe to the other content creator, I had morals and didn't try to hijack their votes.
Cheers, Tom.
Dan, did you agree or disagree with AEW putting out the Punk fight?
Big question. You didn't like it.
I didn't like it. I didn't think it was. I think be the bigger man sometimes, I guess.
You can take mine here. I have two. Is that why he's awake still?
No idea. I don't know how I feel about it. I'll tell you how I feel about it, right? Don't really care about the footage. Don't think it really proved anything. Don't think it really did anything. But what it didn't do is what it should have done, right? And they had more eyes on the products than they ever had, and they put out a shit weekly TV show when they had more eyes on that product than anyone else. Your follow-up to that was Jericho and Hook in a tag team match, followed by Mariah May and Anna Jay in a wrestling match. That was my problem with the All In. I don't really care about
I think I said, I think I commented, I don't think I joined you, but I think I commented in the chat on that one for you. I said the big problem with this is they had a bad show on a night where they couldn't have anything less than a great show.
Yeah, exactly.
And they didn't have a great show. They didn't have a good show. They didn't have an average show. They didn't have a decent show. They didn't have a fine show. They didn't have a meh show. They had a bad show.
They did, yeah.
And that
one
was
good match.
And so ultimately, again, I don't quite know what. Maybe now Andrew Richardson's saying something here. Do you think AEW showing the Brawl for All is a way for Jack Perry to have a surprise return with heat already on him? It's, I think that's what everyone's belief, of course, is that Jack Perry is going to, appear in this match.
Which I don't hate at all.
Sorry?
I don't hate that. And I think in terms of if you're going to do that and you want to show that footage, like if you can get it into a storyline in the way that they potentially have done here, I don't mind that. The
issue is, of course, we saw him getting choked, but an issue that a lot of people don't focus on is the fact that Jack had his arms up in his hair at the time when Punk attacked him, which is a real pussy thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, if you really want to do that with someone, you let them know you're going to do it. You don't just attack someone when they're like putting their hair up or whatnot. That's no, because his hands is defenseless at that point.
Well, what he was showing, what Punk didn't like in that point, Dan, was that Perry wasn't afraid of it. He was showing no fear. He was just going,
and he shoved him and then put the choke on him. That was a pussy thing that Punk did.
It was. Yeah.
Like, you do that in real life, which is what that was. Obviously, that is a pussy thing to do.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, big spot on the ladder there, being sent into it. Thankfully,
slam off the top rope into the ladder. Not a fan. Backdrop into the ladder. Not a fan.
Oh, as it falls down. Oh, Dan's not going to enjoy watching this match. I'm loving it.
It's one of those ones as well where, like, I've told the story before. I've worked with Punk. I didn't enjoy working with Punk. I found him to be a prima donna. But also, there was a lot of years ago that I worked with Punk, and people change.
Yeah, of course.
But then when I see him do that kind of thing and then just kind of like justify it, it's a bit like, if he'd have like, if something would have happened, if Perry would have like instigated and then, or Perry would have squared up to him, but he wasn't squaring up to him.
He wasn't even.
That's the issue I had. He wasn't squaring up to him. He was putting his hair out of his eyes.
So you could be like, well, there's no audio. So what I did was look at the body language of the people around as well. No one was bracing like
sent on onto the ladder.
People's body language change if they think there's about to be a fight. No one was.
Perry clearly didn't think there was going to be a fight because he was.
No one around him did. You could be like, oh, he was just acting like he was react to provoke him. No one else.
No one around them was reacting like they
was
thought.
Responding like a fight was about to break out.
And Chris Hero looked good coming out of it.
He was trying to like deliberately be really nonchalant about it. People around would have been aware of there's about to be a fight. And
if that was just like in the pub, right? Everyone in the pub would say the person that shoved him and then put the choke was a pussy for choosing to do it then. Yeah. And we all know it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just a fact. If anyone that's been in a real fight knows that. I don't think they needed to put it up either. If they can make something out of it, great, but I don't think you can ever make more out of it than the discussion around it. I don't think you'll ever be able to use it to to push anything else more than what it pushed, i.e. the discussion around Punk.
Get the give me a blood emoji out in chat. We can see blood on screen as Dax is split open.
And he's trickling.
Yep, every day he's trickling.
Speaking of being down, Dan, have you got your poll up?
I think I do. No, I don't. Start a poll.
It's interesting. What I find fascinating is members of my chat are requesting your poll to be up, which tells me members of my chat have gone on to check your poll.
Yeah, exactly.
Just check that it's there. Just check.
They need to be more like Tom.
We all should be a little bit more like Tom, Dan, but there's no winners in this apart from the engagement. Perry returns and helps the book win. I think so, Sean. I think so. I'll be honest. I voted who I picked for on both sides, and so far on this pay-per-view, I am 6-1. I'm going with the Young Bucks here. If FTR lose, I think they might be leaving. Depends on the contract. Ooh,
FTR got years left on their contract.
have they?
Yeah, they re-signed last year.
Right. I think that Young Bucks are winning because I think FTR are too risky at the minute. I said this on our Wednesday stream. Like, there's still a legal case going on, and I just don't think you want to. I think there's too much bad press at the minute for AEW as it is.
Yes, Chris Hero's still in AEW.
Yeah, Chris Hero was backstage at the All-In footage, and he came off as the real hero in the thing. Checking the cut on that. So I don't know if that was hardware or not, to be honest with you, Dan. It looks hardware.
No. He's bleeding.
Is it not?
No. Well, here's the thing. Even if it was hardware, he's clearly taken aspirin to thin the blood.
To thin it.
Yeah. He was planning on getting cut open.
He was planning on there being blood. I mean, I couldn't tell you if it was. I mean, it looks like a gig to me, but it is always the chance that it's hardware. But regardless, he was planning on getting blood.
Mm-hmm. Sassy says FTR loses because of legal issues. Road rage incident. Yeah.
Sorry?
Sassy thinks they're losing because of the legal issues again. Big Ladder's coming out.
Sorry, say that again?
Sassy thinks they're losing because of the legal issues again.
Yeah.
It's a bit garbage when we know what's happening because of external stuff that's going on. I don't like that.
I'm struggling. I mean, they're really beating themselves up, and I am. We've just seen such a good match, it was always going to be the match to follow. That one was always going to be difficult.
I'm very worried for the men. I'll be honest, Sassy.
I do see with like what you guys are saying with the legal issues and everything, if that's going to have to take him away for a bit, then it seems like...
Yeah.
I don't know what state he was. Does anyone know, like the actual laws in the state he was pulled over? Because obviously like California are very, very strict on the bang bang stick laws, but the algorithm does not.
Oh, no, they are up on the ladder like they're going to do a powerbomb pile driver spot.
I believe it was Florida.
Just no. Balls, drops balls first onto the ladder. Just no. Yeah, no, that's just no. Just no.
I can't see how there's a way to do that.
Carefully.
Like
EVP trigger on the ladder.
Oh, he falls off.
Out.
He falls off. Sean, I couldn't agree more. Amen. Do we do tweet him out? A great wrestling personality. I think CM Punk is great. Yeah, I think he really is. I don't think he's necessarily a great person.
CM Punk's a great wrestler.
Yeah.
Great wrestler. I don't think anyone.
Who's that? Sorry.
I don't know what Emily's responding to. I just heard Emily say CM Punk's a good wrestler.
Oh, great! Yeah.
And he's very good at talking, especially.
He knows how to blur the lines.
Yeah,
he knows he's a great worker.
One of the best wrestlers I've seen at blurring the lines. So, like the interview with Ariel Helwani, he's coming across like he is being completely honest, but obviously he's still blurring those lines. He even
acknowledged it. He even rubs it in your face.
That's the thing. He even rubs it in your face. He is exceptional at that.
Yeah, he is.
I don't know if there is anyone who blurs lines as well as him, but there might be.
Yeah.
I agree, Emily.
Would you know? I suppose you would argue it would be the person where you have no idea would be.
Cash Wheeler, big backdrop. Oh, Cash is so fast. Nice, beautiful.
So-
Rick Steiner style scoop slam in the midst of a leapfrog.
Scoop power slam. What the hell?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
running
I don't know
as well.
If he has gigged, I don't think we need the blood, you know. I don't think this has needed it. It would be the first titles vacated to firearms conviction Swerve in wrestling. Yeah, probably not the best look for AEW right now.
Oh.
I lost Ospreay. As well. I've lost 2 in this match. I lost Hook.
More Steiner Brothers stuff right there as the elevated bulldog from FTR.
Nice.
You're happy now.
I'm a big Steiner Brothers fan. I grew up.
Funny that I know that, isn't it?
I said at the start of the stream, tag team wrestling is what made me.
And I know you love the Steiners.
One of my earliest recollections, my earliest television wrestling main event, definitely wasn't the first show I ever saw, but my earliest television wrestling main event I remember is Scott Steiner versus Mr. Hughes. Seeing Scott Steiner do the Frankenstein was just next level.
Emily.
Oh my gosh, this is great. The sharpshooter
with the ladder.
Nick Jackson whilst he's trapped under the ladder.
That's so
great.
Matt Jackson with a super kick. And look how quick he gets up.
Emily, how many posters of tag teams does Dan have in his bedroom?
When I got with him, he had posters up.
Did he?
Now, to be clear, he had been living with his girlfriend when he met me. I didn't steal him. We were friends, and I made it clear that if he was interested in me, you really needed to end that relationship.
Crossbody! Oh! Through the table, and his head smashes into the barricade. Does Nick Jackson?
But yeah,
Matt Jackson, sorry.
He ended up having to go back to his mum's for a short term, to his teenage bedroom.
Power bomb on the apron, counted into the runner through the table.
Oh.
Well, he breaks it, kind of hits the table and goes off, and then smashes his knee into the chair.
Yeah, he's selling it right there. Very good. So, what posters was it, Emily? Let's find out Dan's posters in his bedroom.
The only one I remember.
I only had one wrestling poster up.
Yeah, it was RVD.
No, it wasn't.
No,
I've never owned an RVD poster.
No, it wasn't a poster. It was from like a magazine, wasn't it?
Never had an RVD poster.
Done. I was focusing on other things.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes, thank God.
Oh, no, it wasn't RVD. It was after Dan had finished, he went...
No.
No, I'll tell you what, as Cash Wheeler climbs for the titles.
I'm not wrong.
No. I had a promo poster for ECW Hardcore Revolution on PlayStation.
Because, Daniel, can I just say, with where I would be often facing...
Yes, that was on the door.
I could see that poster.
Yeah, no. So it was a shot from RVD versus Jerry Lynn.
So, because when you're saying that, I'm like, I do not misremember.
No,
that
you're
was
right.
Often
I
had
an ECW Hardcore Revolution promo poster.
You did. Thank you. What was the?
Well, there you go, Pro Wrestling fans. I don't mind asking the questions that no one else will ask.
And he's trying to get those belts. I don't like how they're separated. Wait a minute. He's got his boot off.
He has got his boot off.
Shadow Machine off the ladder.
Is his boot meant to be?
He pulled his boot off when he was trying to bring him down.
It was Florida.
And Young Buck.
Nice.
Chair to Cash. Chair to Dax. Oh. Yeah, I only remember having the Undertaker poster up, but you're right. I don't
know where the Undertaker poster was.
Right above the bed. It maybe that was taken down by them. Maybe I took that down when I moved out.
Seen it.
Yeah, maybe I took that down when I moved out.
No,
because I'd moved out and then I had to move back in because obviously I separated from my girlfriend who I lived with at the time in order to get with Emily. I broke up with all my girlfriends, man.
He broke up.
She made me break up with all my girlfriends. Because I knew
he had side ladies as well, but I said all of them had to go, and you actually did leave all of them.
I did.
Oh,
I know. Even the side chicks.
I did.
Wow.
For a one-night stand, were you going to go back to him?
No, because by that point, obviously, I decided you weren't a one-night stand anymore. Okay, off the top rope. They're going to do the Powerplex Glory Splash off the ladder. Oh, my God.
Wow, that's
Powerplex!
Oh!
Glory Splash!
Wow. Poor Nick.
No, it wasn't actually called the Powerplex Glory Splash, but it was just called a Powerplex, but it should have been that. Because it didn't.
Matt Jackson's concussed. What happened? Where is he?
Do you think this ladder match seems like a rip-off of what we did? No, not at all. Not in the slightest.
You'd be surprised how well a poster of Demolition works in the bedroom, Jeff.
So at that point when like tag team wrestling was basically destroyed, so I wouldn't have had really any stuff, and all of the stuff that I'd have had that would have had tag team posters on would have been old stuff that I wouldn't wanted to have like destroyed by putting blue tack or something on it. Do you know what I mean?
You had, like,
It'd have been collector's items by that.
And you also had like a bunch of like
super kicks. I think it was. I missed. I just heard smashes. I don't know.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, super kick.
Pulled to the outside. I thought I heard.
It was
checks.
beautifully sold from Cash, who sort of went into the ropes and then bounced around the ring.
I don't like when I see people standing on ladders. I hate how ladders break. I really don't like it.
No.
What was the match? Was it WrestleMania where the
how
ladder
the
was
fuck
like
is
broken?
Joe and Swerve gonna follow this?
I know, man. This is what I was thinking.
Through the table,
man.
Oh, driver through the ladder.
Oh, and he fell back. He fell back, but he saved him. Oh, well done, Dax.
No, just no.
Well done, Dax. Well done, Dax.
Yeah, but that's still
also poor Dax.
Yeah, also poor Dax.
Yeah, poor Dax, but good on him for saving it.
Yeah.
Like he tried to jump, but which was just the wrong thing to do. Jesus. RVD, the whole effing show, says Straight Edge. It certainly was. Jack Perry's got to be coming in soon. Yeah, man. The commentary said only one title needs to be removed to win. There you go. Thanks, Sean. Because we can't hear the commentary because we've got
they should have been. They should have just hung them over normal like they used to, instead of doing it like they did at WrestleMania, which was a bit daft. Dan, Blair. Do you think that's that? Yeah, I've answered that. If I would have had tag posters, if I'd have had the tag teams that I liked.
Didn't really have.
Didn't really by that point. No, because I'd moved back in, so my posters would have come down.
And like wrestling figures, you had packed away.
Yeah.
No, I think you had the Sandman one, but it would have just been propped there.
Yeah. Springboard onto Dax. He's on the ladder. Sunset flip power bomb.
Off the top of the ladder. You kidding?
That got me in the X-Files ones,
Yes. My wife had never seen Doctor Who before, and she goes to me, I don't know where to start. And I said, at the beginning. So November 23rd, 1963 goes on.
Another 5-star match, says Straight Edge Mikey. You know what? It might very well be.
Oh, clothesline over. Those little bits are just not nice.
Big dive lands into the table. Jeez Louise. These guys are going out fully. They're trying to make up for what happened at All In, aren't they? But I thought that match was great, by the way. No, buffering. If he wasn't concussed, he is now.
It just makes me worry. But it is a great match, undeniably.
It is really good. Really good.
It's so funny when I was young and I used to watch all of the TLC matches and everything. So I was a big fan. Like it was my hyper fixation was wrestling back then, And I wasn't worried for them. I'll be like, but I didn't have this long-term panic. And I find it so odd that I genuinely didn't have that.
Yeah.
Please be careful, chant. Amazing. I'm so with them. Chant. Please be careful.
I am also with them. And there should be more please be careful.
I wonder why that is. Maybe it's just an age thing and we just...
I think... Maybe there was a tiny bit of me that was like, but they know how to... No, because I knew it was dangerous. Maybe it is an age thing. Maybe I'm just nice and bad kids. I don't know.
He went down one step. Here comes
there's a mess, man.
Waiting, sadly.
That is unfortunate.
Who could it be? The security...
Can't tell by that hair, can we?
He's got a Sting mask on.
I actually couldn't tell. I couldn't see. I thought it was short. So that's why I really couldn't tell. But
And here comes...
back.
Love the fact he was in a Sting mask. Second of all, the security have gone, oh, you're an employee. You can stay. You can stay with this interference during this match.
And there's the Young Bucks. And it was the finish we all anticipated.
That's okay,
Hell of a
Dan.
match.
That's okay. It doesn't matter that sometimes it's okay. And that is okay. Then that makes the all-in thing make more sense, ultimately.
I put a bit extra in that by mistake.
Does it not, Dan?
So I didn't hear what you said, my friend.
It makes the all-in thing showing make more sense in terms of having Jet Power.
It does.
Come out in this match.
I still don't know if I think that the juice was worth the squeeze.
I agree.
It sounded like when they did it and they played it and everything, it felt like they were having to do verbal gymnastics to try and make it make sense that they were showing the footage via the storyline. I actually felt like I'd have rather Tony Khan just be like, hey, look, there's been a lot of talk, a lot of rumors, like a completely separate segment. It'd be like, load of talk, load of rumors. It should be about the wrestling. So in the essence of that, here's what it is. No more talks of rumors. You can see exactly what it is and let's move on. I actually would have preferred that if he wanted to.
I agree. It was absolutely crowbarred in. It absolutely was.
Yeah.
However,
it wasn't
in terms of the story...
no, the story makes sense.
Pretty well done.
So here's the big thing. Does Dan go 12-0?
Oh, here's the big thing. It's no longer about the poll, guys. For me, it's all about the community. And what was that last one that ended up on, Dan? I had 73 on the idea
because you see your channel members don't have the morals that someone like Tom, that someone like our channel members do.
Are you saying my channel don't have integrity?
Yes.
Yes.
Dan, cry me a river, man. Cry me a river. Well done, everyone. 73% of you thought the Young Bucks was going to win. Well done.
I love how that your channel are actually following my predictions.
Yeah, that's how they're sabotaging. They're sabotaging by looking at what Dan's saying.
Well, maybe Dan shouldn't get all changing the rules where he's like, if they just vote with me, then we'll win.
And your channel went, you're right. If we vote with Dan, we'll win. Because I've seen your channel before. I see it on a Wednesday night.
Oh, mate. Yeah, I've seen it as well.
And I see some questionable decisions made on who's winning some matches.
Let me tell you, my channel comes out when it matters. It has been a lot of fun. We are obviously nearing the end of this now. I assume you'll probably stay up and do the push or what you afterwards. So we'll send everyone to you then.
No, absolutely fucking not.
Oh, you're not doing it?
I'm not doing the post show.
You always do it. You always hang out afterwards and do
it's more because I'm just kind of like up, but not going to stream the post show.
I'm not. I'm upstairs scrubbing my lipstick off. It's it's the positive in it. Oh, we got Black Panther.
We got Black Panther. Cody's Avengers is out now.
It's cool. Look at the tights, man.
Look at the tights.
Black Panther, but Axiom's mask.
Oh, come on. This is very
cool, this is sick.
Coming out with his freaking
This is sick.
robe.
It's coming out.
And
Yeah, there's the comic book font.
Is he gonna not dance? And is he gonna save his for a victory dance?
Tom nailing it. Dan's channel has one main goal, and it's let's get Emily drunk.
Do you dance?
He's got some pyro. We haven't seen much pyro tonight, or I haven't noticed much pyro. Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
we don't need.
Oh, it's that one, isn't it? Shit. Oh.
You've seen me dance, Dan. I have no natural rhythm.
This is my white girl right here. Like,
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why I
hang
love
on
this
a minute.
dance. He designed this for the white fans. And we love him for it. He's all about inclusivity. And he's like, I've seen white people dance. They can do this. And we can. And then a bit of this. Oh, yeah. He should have just put in some pointing. Maybe some offbeat clicking.
Ryan says, Dan, what's the favorite match of the night? Oh, Will and...
Yeah, because that was some next level.
Will and Danielson.
It was his next level shit. It was like literally what I was like when I was seeing Oppenheimer. I can't put it in the 5-star category films because it was just too much better.
For people wondering about when we say 5-star, we're actually going by an app called Letterboxd, which I am on because I am a big. I don't really watch like television. Emily will tell you that I'm not a TV guy,
but it has a proper name and you use
Cinephile.
it. Yeah.
I am a guy that goes. So I have seen 52 films at the cinema so far this year. Like I am a big...
No, you haven't. You've been to the cinema. You've only seen 3 films. You've seen the film today.
I have seen 52 screenings this year.
That's better. Yeah. 50 of them was Frozen Empire.
Watching character Emily and actual Emily catches anyone off guard. Is it that my sheer level of nerdery is unexpected? Lots of people think I'm super cool. Even my kids' friends, they all say to my kids, like, your mom's so cool. My kids must just be like, wait until you see my mother in motion. The moment you see my mother moving, you'll be aware that she is not cool.
Especially when she's had multiple Jack Daniels.
I do my best. I'm just naturally awkward.
You're lovely. I really felt very welcomed by it. After our first awkward interaction where I was like, Emily, and he was like, who the fuck are you? You now have gone to the top of my list on most embarrassing face blind moment. And because cool.
it had already been hit that day when I'd very confidently introduced myself to the venue manager for the 3rd time. Hello, I'm Emily. Nice to meet you. And Dan's there like, 3rd time, Emily. It's the 3rd time you've done it.
Great.
So, go on then.
No, just what Chris just pointed out. If you look on Chris pointing out that Swerve has targets on his gear. It's a nod to his Killshot character in Lucha Underground.
Oh, right. I'll be honest. I don't know if I like the Black Panther thing.
See, I actually was thinking the same. It looks really cool, but I don't know if we... I think his character... Oh, and this is... I'm nerdy. I think his character's too cool to do cosplay.
I agree.
And I
agree.
I think him as a person online and showing everyone that is really cool, but I think the Swerve character is so cool.
Yeah.
That's not... I think I don't actually know his actual name, does cosplay. I think Swerve doesn't.
I agree completely.
Yeah. And Ryan is right, by the way. I've seen Ghostbusters Frozen Empire 14 times.
14. Wow. There we go. The Cry Me a River chant has legs. It certainly does.
I missed that, by the way. Bunch of Pride for the Young Bucks. They were indicating to the production guys to keep it coming within character, which is great.
They did what, sorry?
I level myself up what I want to. Hang on, click on that one. I get really nervous and shy. And then in my panic, I get more posh and try to be professional. And that's why, like, when I level up sometimes, that's me relaxed.
I prefer TV series from, like, the 80s and 90s, Ryan, with regards to what you're saying there. Or as I find... not so much these days, but I just don't have the time for television series these days to devote to them, which is reason why I like movies, because I can give them 2 hours and I'm done.
I think every British person should watch Yes Minister. I don't know. I think Americans should watch
the original Yes Minister, Yes Prime Minister.
The original Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, because it is a painfully clear look at how our political system works. And it's still relevant today, which is just depressing because it was made in the 80s. But it is legit, like the people to do with Margaret Thatcher were writing it. It's a genuinely...
Secretly. They were secretly the leaks.
Secretly the leaks together. Sorry, wrestling show though, not politics.
So
right.
what do
We
we got?
had,
What's the chances here? Do I go 12-0?
Oh wow, Jesus Christ! My guys, slow down. 14 votes, and I've got 100% on one person to win. 14
We've
votes.
got 67%.
67% on Swerve to win. 33% from people that are trying to screw our vote on Joe. I really take a lot of solace in knowing that the Give Me a Whole Year community know that if you want it,
That's how you. I knew you would flip this. Dan's like, it's just that people know.
I also know what his channel's like on a Wednesday night. If you put Keith Lee on against Swerve Strickland, they'd freaking vote for Keith Lee.
They would, yeah.
Yeah, you know, like, so therefore.
Yeah, but tonight they voted 100% for Swerve.
Big Papa Dan.
Big Papa Dan.
Leading you through the fire.
Dan the Wizard, as my channel like to call you.
Before. Never mind.
Yeah, what is your obsession with the Steiner brothers at the minute?
So here's the question. What do Joe and Swerve do to get the crowd? But let me throw this another way. Fuck me. The crowd are there.
They are.
How is this crowd there after everything they've seen?
Best wrestling crowd of the year so far, for sure.
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
Cool. Okay.
From literally the first moment I saw Swerve walk to the ring, I was like, "Oh my god, who is he?" Do you remember Dan?
Yeah.
Because Dan just happened to have AEW on, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" Like, he's got charisma and then some. It's ridiculous. Like, just as a standard one, I was looking. I'm like, "That's my champion, right?" Because he's not a WWE guy.
Oh.
And he's fresh and he's got something.
Well, they could still say was because he was in WWE.
Was he?
Yeah.
Bloody hell, how come I didn't know? Well,
because they didn't know how to do anything with him.
Right.
He was part of a weird faction.
He was. This is Vince's WWE. I bet you if he'd have been a part of Triple H's WWE, it'd have been different.
Well, we don't know. We don't know.
But he was.
If they don't put the title on Swerve now, they never will, says Sean. Ooh.
I disagree that they would never put him on.
Oh!
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, Jim Ross is on commentary. I didn't notice that.
Jeff says, we're the most upstanding group of assholes you'll ever meet. Dan, oh, you've got a new nickname, Dan. Donald Trump over there with accusations of rigging.
Why is he Donald Trump?
Oh my God, no. Oh, thank goodness for that. I don't want to see that.
No.
What a good tease, though, Dan. What a good tease.
Oh, yeah, it was tremendous. Snap power slam on the floor.
No.
Don't need to see that either.
Absolutely.
That was
I know.
delivered wonderfully.
It was delivered
Those
so
That was
wonderfully.
nice and...
Oh, yeah, wins when it matters, like the regular season versus playoffs.
Like, and if you look, like, because the distance is actually... That is beautiful wrestling, because that is...
Still unpleasant.
The move is over, and therefore people think it's more than what it actually is.
30 minutes till midnight here in the East Coast. It is currently 20 minutes to 5 a.m. in the morning for us.
It is very firmly. Some people are just about, their alarms are going off to get ready for work.
I know.
He was in Hit Row with Top Dollar. Oofed.
7.5 for the last match.
That was never
He's
gonna.
Just some people have got that ridiculous cool factor.
Some people need to go away and find. Look at Drew when Drew left and he came back better. Look at Cody. Cody left. Cody came back better. Some people. This is the thing why a lot of people you will never be able to replace the indies. As much as I'm sure WWE would in some ways would like to, certainly Vince wanted to, by just having athletes come through their system. You're not going to end up. Not everyone is going to be a Charlotte Flair or a Bianca Belair. It just don't work like that.
No,
it just don't work like that. And it's no coincidence that the people that became the bigger stars, realistically, are, for the most part, are you guys that learned to work the system that went around the world. Your Codys, your Punks, your Drews.
Seth Rollins.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful.
Try and fail in front of a live audience,
and learn.
get feedback and learn.
Yeah.
And
So
learn
Sean
how to
says,
succeed in different types of audiences as well.
Definitely. Sean says he's not the Black Panther. He's Killmonger as the Black Panther. Had the gold, not the purple.
Oh, is that right?
Man, that's the kind of stuff. If our boy was up, he would have told us that.
Yeah.
Whenever he tells me things like that, I see that little bit of disappointment in his eyes that I didn't notice.
Yeah. Prince Nana is Wakanda or from Wakanda. Wow. No work today for Ian. I'm at work today. Might as well call Dan the spin doctor.
I'm all for bringing Jim Ross in for big matches.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Big match Ross.
Don't give him too much content to have to know and remember and what. Just give him
a story.
Give him the big
match.
ones. Yeah, giving them exactly.
No,
I agree.
JR and then Paul Heyman. I remember the first time I heard Paul Heyman on commentary, I was like, why has this man not been commentating? He's incredible. But I love JR.
Oh, beautiful. There's a really nice Killmonger Black Panther Funko, actually, that I've looked at many times.
I don't really know don't know much about Black Panther. So.
Killmonger, the guy that I loved and always forget the name of.
Yeah.
Because it's the biggest mistake they made was to kill his character. It was ridiculous.
Spoilers, Ant hasn't seen it.
And I was just saying that just to say things, just for silliness, just for giggle. I like saying things. Like,
Joe on top of Swerve
I'm
Strickland.
wacky that way, you know.
No, I really have enjoyed tonight. It's been great watching this with you guys, and thank you for having us.
Every time I think to myself, I don't know how. Oh, Joe just makes.
I don't know where you were going.
Joe just makes the simplest of things
look
so good.
Yeah,
the attention to detail from Joe. It's just so much there. And one of the things I was gonna say, I don't know if I was about to say it, but one of the things I was just thinking as well was like, I love how they're like, okay, they'll have seen Will and Bryan, they'll have seen FTR and Bucks in a ladder. We are still just gonna go out there and we're gonna do our thing. And we will get them by doing our thing.
And they have.
Yeah.
You know, they're not adapting to.
They're not feeling like they're not playing. Can you top this?
No, they don't have to. They don't have to. It's a title match, Dan. It's a big match, big build for this.
Yeah, but there's still emotional responses. You're still working a crowd for emotional responses.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's always lovely to do the watch-alongs with you. I'm always so pleased when Dan says you're going to be on with us.
Oh,
so thank you for joining us as well. No, I don't think Dan heard you saying nice things about us. That's why I was like, with what he was saying, I'm like, I don't know what.
It's our pleasure
to do the watch along with us, and then you were like, Joe.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
I'm engaging in this match. I do apologize.
No, that is why we're here. I get.
Ain't that the truth?
You're welcome, man. You're welcome.
Joe's one of the wrestlers that made me bond with indie wrestling.
Yeah.
I understood him immediately. Like, he comes out, he walks to the ring, has an amazing match, and I know what he is.
I find it funny, actually, as well, that both times that Punk's been in the UK and had a paddy were both times he was wrestling Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
I enjoyed both matches, though. I was there for both of them.
You were there for both of them.
I didn't know Dan the first time, obviously.
Thank you. The commentary team have been rotating all night. Excalibur is the only one to not tag out.
Ah,
lovely. I don't think that's any bad thing. It'd have been nice if we'd have had that for UFC 300.
I was going to say,
I
would have liked to have heard Bisping at 300. That's the only thing.
We're both big Mike Bisping fans on commentary.
Yeah. He weirdly has no chemistry with Rogan. Not no chemistry. They just don't mesh.
They don't mesh.
It's difficult. I don't know. I can't say. I can't comment. I can't comment because I haven't heard the commentary. I don't know if it works or not. I mean, Excalibur's interesting because he is he just feel like the AEW commentator for the most part. You know, he feels like the most consistent on all the shows anyway. So. Please like and subscribe. I think the only face to win tonight has been Willow. Oh, wow.
Big.
No, Will won as well. Is Will
nice into the... Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the roll through,
Little
isn't
details,
it?
by the way, how he pushes his weight down on the shoulders there, and because he's more desperate. He had to, he's been on the defensive. He had to roll to take him off to then hit the face plant, and then puts all the weight down on the shoulders with his hands, not just a normal cover. Joe going to the second rope. This won't go well for him.
Jake says, I never used to like Bisping on commentary, but I've become a fan of him over time. Dan?
Yeah, I think, Bisping, it just took him a little bit of time to get there. I think he's there now.
Yeah.
He doesn't blend well with... and the thing is his sense of humor. I think a lot of Americans struggle with his sense of humor.
Yeah. But DC, when he started doing it, you just mainly hear DC getting getting upset the whole time because he didn't understand Bants.
Yeah,
you're like, if Bisping
really?
didn't like you, Bisping wouldn't be being like a bit mean if he didn't like you.
It's that British thing where if you like someone, you take the piss.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And DC and a lot of the American commentators didn't quite. Paul Felder did. Felder and Bisping were really good straight away.
Yeah, and Cormier's fine now. He understands that it's...
Sadly, when you know MMA and you see a triangle like that, you know there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going up for the muscle buster. Hits it. But it's...
1, 2, not enough. Not enough
gonna
yet,
happen.
Dan.
Not tonight. Okay, so we probably don't have that much time left on this match now.
Oh, that's a good question from Ryan on your chat, Dan.
When you commentate, do you like solo or being with a partner? I think JR really struggled on his own. He needs someone to play off. But Joey Styles was great on his own.
Dan's good at both.
It depends on what it is. Depends on who you're doing commentary with. There are some people who you just naturally have great commentary with. Great. Me and Jordan Grace just instantly had really good chemistry.
You and Dean had great chemistry.
Yeah. Oh, 450!
Oh.
But that looked just so different to every other 450 we've seen tonight. Joe, climbing up. No. Oh.
Swerve so good at getting into that position for that double stomp. That felt natural.
But me and Jetta had really good instant chemistry. But there's been people where I haven't had that instant chemistry.
One thing, and I may be talking out of turn, Dan, but I think the one thing that I enjoy about Pro Wrestling Eve is that you, not just in the ring, but also to all extents, is let people have a chance to do different things. And,
I let them have a chance. What you actually mean is I forced them.
Yeah.
You force them to have a chance. You put them in a position where they can learn something new and they can understand things from a different point of view. And that's so important in the type of wrestling that you're doing.
Thank you. Nana's got the ref, and Joe has got the coquina clutch on Swerve, but they're right by the ropes.
Swerve's expression
and thank you very much. It's one thing I try to get
not...
everyone to learn every aspect of the job, because everyone should.
That's right. I agree with that completely, my friend. And so at times you're going to have people that you just don't have chemistry or just don't know it yet, or whatever it is.
Why hasn't he got his foot on the camera angles having to go?
Yeah.
That is the issue. He's just so, because he could just put his legs there.
Should go, Joe,
brakes.
Time.
They should have just, he could have done with a little something there.
Oh, Nana's doing his dance.
Work on the arm. Nice.
Swerve.
Trapping.
Oh.
Oh, Oi! It doesn't look nice.
It doesn't.
And it only needs a little slip to go wrong, and you're screwed on that.
Yeah. As long as Joe doesn't get kidnapped by ninjas, he'll be all right after the loss of the show. Yeah, I know he'll be all right. Yeah, he will be all right. Of course he'll be all right. It's Samoa Joe. Random question for Dan, but how does it feel to see wrestlers you've worked with wrestle in WWE or AEW? I was thinking about this the other week when I've done a seminar with UFC fighter Melissa Mullins.
1, 2, go! We've still got a couple minutes.
Dan, how does it feel to have wrestlers that you've worked with in the past, seeing them on WWE and AEW?
It means that
you did a good job.
That means I did a good job, basically, and was
I find it slightly surreal sometimes when I wander past posters, like in the pub, if they're going to have it on, they'll have the poster, and I'll be like, "Oh, it's Kim." Like when you see people, I found it odd, like when people react to Will. It always throws me because I remember. He's fucking megastar, really, isn't he?
Yeah, I was a little starstruck when I saw him. I was like, this is really cool. But, obviously, I've worked with a lot of people in the past as well. But
all right, let's go. Indeed. Over the shoulder. No, it's going to get counts. And here he goes. Fighting it off. No, that's not me taking credit. That just means I helped.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I knew. Oh, yeah, no, you should clarify. Yeah, no, Dan's not.
Because there's a lot of promoters that try to take credit.
No,
no promoter is. Oh! He leapt over him
powerbomb
to powerbomb him.
Wow.
I don't know if it was intentional, but I like that he almost looked shocked after leaping over him and landing. Like, I did that.
Crowder with him, milking it.
Hi, my Kiki. Big double
That's
storm.
got to be it now. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
There we go. Swerve Strickland getting the win.
New AEW World Champ.
Wow.
And
look at the crowd. The crowd dancing.
Oh, yeah. Should we get dancing, Emily? And with you.
Wifey. Oh, no. Hang on. Do it the same way. I really can't keep rhythm, can I? Let me do it on my own, then it looks like maybe I'm in time.
Samoa Joe hightailing it out of there. Good for Swerve Strickland. Exciting stuff. Him.
He got the jacket off and everything.
So what the hell are they going to do from here? Who knows? How exciting.
It's always so lovely, this as well, because as well the emotions hitting along with, like, you've done a great match and you've got the being given the championship belt as being given the lead role.
Yeah.
It does mean something. And I love seeing the emotion hit because it's that adrenaline dump and it's that everything hitting. And it's such a beautiful thing to see. Because it's real.
Well, Swerve is the first champion who's not been there from the start, or already majorly established like Samoa Joe was. Do you want
to know a little thing, right? Because Bryan just said Ospreay versus Swerve will be a great match. If that was to happen in the UK, for example, right? It'd be, I think, the second time that it happened in the UK, because I believe that when it last happened, Will actually booked the match himself.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. He was running but Will's promoted a few shows.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure that's when it last happened.
The crowd have been marvelous tonight. They've been one of the stars of this show for sure.
This is a Hall of Fame crowd.
Oh, incredible.
This is one of the greatest crowds I've ever heard. To be 12 matches deep.
Look at the emotion hitting there.
Yeah, it's real.
Yeah.
That's the weird thing about wrestling, where it's both real and not
And
real
fake,
all
yeah.
at the same time.
I always want to like point it out in case anyone's like, oh, it's a bigger. It's like, no, that's real. And you know what? If you are like Dan and I, an MMA type fan, you see people win matches, and when they win the belt, that's how it's the same reaction. It's an achievement, and it's real.
Yeah.
That emotion hit, and that how much it means. And what it means on so many things, how this big company, their belief in you, where you've been placed on the card, the fact that you've just delivered a great match in front of this crowd, following all those matches, the crowd's still invested and feeling it all, is beautiful.
It's incredible. It's incredible. And what a first dynasty we've got. Once again, AEW delivering with the pay-per-views. I said to Dan the other day, I'm in real fear when they drop the ball on one of these pay-per-views, because when that happens, the backlash is going to be severe. If the weekly TV is no good and they don't deliver on one of these pay-per-views, it will get a lot of heat, especially at the cost of them as well. You know, they're expensive for people to buy.
Yeah, I mean, someone was saying $50 a time. You know, I mean,
$50 a time.
We paid 31 for 31 quid for the UFC pay-per-view. You know, and that's you know, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And then you realize that the Americans are being charged 100 quid or $100. You know, it's a lot of money. Imagine if you were doing that every month. You know, $1,200 a year.
A perfect ending to a perfect pay-per-view. I wouldn't say perfect, but I'd say really damn good.
Really, really good pay-per-view.
Yeah,
I do think they could have cut the Roderick Strong match.
For sure.
I think they could have cut that.
Yeah,
I don't even.
But I also understand what Tom said. It's like, give me my money's worth.
No, definitely, and it wasn't a bad match at all.
No, it was a good match. It was a very
good
match. It generally was a very good match.
You know, and Dan stayed awake for it. You have fallen asleep by the end of pay-per-views as well before.
I have.
And we straight up gave up on Elimination Chamber.
Oh, yeah, Elimination Chamber.
It was bad, wasn't it?
That was so bad. So bad.
Great pay-per-view with no new signee. Tony, you don't need new signees to make it work. Yeah, Michael said earlier on the stream, this is the first show without any of the four pillars in, and we did eventually see one of the four pillars in a way that made sense.
Did we didn't have any debuts tonight, neither, were there?
There was just Jack Perry coming back.
Yeah, that was it. We didn't have any, which is nice because we don't need more debuts. We don't need to rely on there being a surprise debut or anything along those lines. Yeah.
I will say I don't feel like we've had in a pay-per-view at times it's good to have the sort of finale of stories, but it's also good to have the continuation of stories. And I don't feel like we've had any continuation of stories tonight, which is it
is something that AEW is guilty of, as something that I have been guilty of in the past as well. And I to really kind of like, and it's a bit different with TV to live shows, because you want to make sure that you're sending people home at a live show happy, thinking about coming back next month, as opposed to as a television show sending them away, not being able to wait for next week or the show in 2 days' time. Do you know what I mean? It's a little bit different. It's more like a movie as opposed to a series when you're doing it as a live show. But it's something that Emily knows that I was really like unhappy with my booking for a long while, because I felt forced into having to do something that I wasn't really wanting to do. And part of that was actually delivering, like, without the to be continued, because, you're wanting to make sure that you're, sending people home happy, not frustrated, not in but I want this, because, and also sending people away as though that, everything makes sense and is simple. But when you're doing, but then I look at what we're doing at the moment, and right now everything with Eve is kind of like firing.
It's clicking.
Yeah,
it's clicking.
It's like you got your groove back.
Yeah, and it's kind of like just trying to find that kind of like middle ground. And I feel that you're right when you say that, like, there needs to be more, what's next.
Yeah. Well, look at the show you just did that I went to, the WrestleMania. You're doing the stuff with Sapphire and stuff. That's all building up to this show, and that's great. That's great continuation of the story. But in terms of tonight's show, where have we seen that? I mean, you could argue potentially with the Will Ospreay Danielson ending and the sort of confusion around that, but I wouldn't say. What are we seeing on Wednesday night, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing I think we've seen to drama is perhaps the return of Jack Perry. You know,
I was going to say maybe the Will thing, exactly what you said, and then I guess Jack Perry. But you're like what we're seeing next week. I don't watch their weekly TV, and I did try because I loved the pay-per-views that much. They're so amazing, and I was so excited to watch their TV, and I don't think I made it 15 minutes.
Right.
It was not. And then I started wandering in and out the room thinking, well, maybe this was a rough thing, but I decided not to watch the weekly unless Dan tells me it's turned around, because I don't want to dislike them. And I don't want to get to the point where I'm really bitter and then it's taking away from the pay-per-views because I'm like, oh, I wish they'd have done this. This way I can just enjoy their pay-per-views and not just be angry that they're not doing enough with the women.
Chris, just pointing out that this coming Wednesday, Dynamite's got an OWGP title match with Mox and Hobbs. And to me, that's a very indie. And what I mean by that is whenever you get a title match for another promotion, usually on a promotion show, it means that the title is not changing. You've already got the result is kind of a giveaway. And I think we all know that Will Hobbs is a great star for the future. Tons of upside. I really like Will Hobbs. Like Emily will tell you that I've raved about Will Hobbs to her a lot.
Yeah,
like I really feel that there is money down the road with Will Hobbs. But Will Hobbs ain't beating John Moxley for the IWGP title, and I think that we all know that, and therefore I actually see the IWGP title as being a negative in that match. And I say this to other promoters whenever they're like they got a champion from another promotion over, and it's just like, well, and I've been offered
because you do.
I've been offered like TNA like championship matches, and I've been offered like Ring of Honor, and the only time that I agreed to do something was with Tokyo Joshi Pro, and the reason why I agreed to doing it was because we'd already told the audience that the title could change hands because we'd switched titles on each other on shows before, with Alex Windsor winning the Tokyo Joshi Pro. So when a wrestler from Eve went to Tokyo Joshi Pro and won their title, so the title can absolutely change over here. We both have that agreement with one another where we can do that. There was another one as well, and I've gone and forgotten about it. Where I was, the NWA. The NWA. We did a NWA World Tag Title match, but it was NWA World Tag Titles versus Eve Tag Titles. So the audience knew that there was going to be a title changing. And again, spoken, and there was a possibility of doing one way, and then we went the way we did to just kind of like put a little bit more interest in on that side.
But you've also worked through Eve. We've always worked on. There can be a time limit draw match. You've always worked. Can definitely be an outcome. You've worked hard that the Eve Championship, like the first, it changes
but I would,
hands.
But I would never want to be the guy that promotes the other promotion's title and then deliver a draw in that way, because then it just feels like you didn't want. Do you know what I mean? This is the thing. I look at this title match, and I'm just like, we all know who's going to win.
We're a bad one to use as an example on people know that, because you have actually worked very hard to blur those rules and those lines, so no one says, well, we know that's not changing.
Yeah, which is but that's my point. Whereas we don't have that with any other promotions.
Yes.
We know that this title is not going to change hands. And whereas if we'd have just got Mox and Hobbs, we may be thinking to ourselves, oh, cool, okay, we're going to be potentially setting something else up. And they still may be. I mean, after all, Hobbs is in the Don Callis family. Mox is in the BCC. And we just had, Will and Bryan Danielson tonight. So there's every chance that there's going to be something that follows on from there. But we know the result is without a doubt. Emily is going to tap out now because she's in agony.
It's the old
the chairs.
Chair,
she's not in a comfy chair.
Bless you. Thank you so much, Emily. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you.
You take care, my love.
So, there is every chance that between that, but, as that happens on Dynamite, because, again, it's BCC versus Don Callis family, that we get some sort of angle. But the result is not in any question because we know that the IWGP Championship will not change hands on a random episode of Dynamite.
No. I would have preferred for him to have advertised the Strong and O'Reilly thing for the Dynamite as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the biggest weakness that AEW has is its weekly television shows. Yeah. Their weekly television shows, for the most part, at the moment, sadly, are missable. And one of the big things about their weekly television shows for a long time that made Dynamite so hot was that they were unmissable. When they started not having their main shows their main stars on TV every week, or we had matches where it was clearly, I hate to use this phrase, but if I use it, people know what I mean. Jobber to the stars versus star. Yeah. It's hard to care. Why should I watch a match where it's no doubt on who's going to win? When and you're not giving us any very rarely do AEW deliver in. I mean, look, I went 12-0 today. Why? Because they delivered on the logical results. And
we didn't do the pre-show, but give me a whole one.
And that is usually the case with Dynamite. The only difference is they're bigger results, they're bigger matches on the pay-per-view, whereas on the weekly TV, and I think that's one of the things that hurts their attendances as well. For the most part, when you go to a Dynamite or a Collision, you cannot be guaranteed when buying those tickets because you don't know really what the card's going to be until usually the day or two before the show. Yeah, you cannot be guaranteed you're going to see the stars, and you cannot be guaranteed you're going to be seeing any important matches or good matches, really.
Ironically, they were so good at that at the start. I remember at the very start, we had an announcement of 3 weeks in advance of Kenny Omega and Pac being on the show. 3 weeks in advance, right? And ironically, WWE never, ever did anything like that, right? In their promotion. However, as a viewer of WWE, you got to see the same people because they were doing the same bloody matches every week. Week in, week out. So the audience knew exactly who was going to be on because it was the same damn show at this point during the VKM era. And now they're not doing that, which is a real shame. And we're coming out of this pay-per-view going, this is great, but what middle part of the story?
Yeah, because I'll be honest with you, coming out of this pay-per-view, I'm mainly thinking, can't wait for the next AEW pay-per-view.
That's right.
I'm not thinking, cool, what will happen this coming Wednesday? I better not miss. It stands right now, I absolutely feel like I can miss the TV.
And you probably can. The one thing that we are missing that did happen actually is the Willow Nightingale win as well. Yeah, we're not talking about that right now. There's a problem that we're not talking about that as well. But it has been the end of that pay per view was incredible. It felt like a pay per view of two halves for sure. The latter half of that was insane levels of good for sure. And yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. We'll put on a great show once again.
The pay per view was tremendous.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was very good.
That was. That was an incredible pay-per-view. Nobody does better wrestling shows top to bottom than AEW. Their roster is incredible, but I also feel nobody does more disappointing television shows than AEW.
At least I'm not watching WWE at the minute, so I don't.
Well, here's the thing with WWE. At least I know what I'm getting. It might not necessarily be something that I'm going to massively feel like, yeah, great, but at least I know what I'm getting. With AEW, I don't know what I'm getting from week to week, and I don't mean that in a good way. I do not mean that in anything can happen. Far from it.
No.
I mean that some episodes are absolutely missable, and so if it wasn't for the fact that I was in the wrestling business and I am obviously, a devout wrestling fan, then if AEW Dynamite was any other normal television series that wasn't wrestling, I'd have quit on it by now.
Yeah.
But I would have still gone to the cinema to watch the movie. And that's how I look at the pay-per-view here. I'm going to the cinema to watch the movie, but the series is in its later stages right now, and it's lost its way. Those series 1, 2, and 3, those were really good series. 4 and 5, this series started to fall off the cliff there.
World's End was a shitty pay-per-view they were a fan. Which one was World's End? I don't
World's End was
remember
the
them doing
December pay-per-view, and that was. But it's a weird one because that World's End pay-per-view did a very high buy rate. But I that was the first AEW pay-per-view that I came away going, eh.
Is that the one where Samoa Joe won the title?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Fair enough. Cool. Rock and roll. I think I'm going to call it a night, Dan.
Fine.
Thank you. Thank you so much for tonight. I've had a great time. And thank everyone at Pro Wrestling Eve. You know, if you are watching this back in the future, go and check out Pro Wrestling Eve. They do some incredible women's wrestling. And Dan's always a pleasure to listen to. You can learn a lot from the sort of booking of wrestling shows. And he's very open about opening up to any of you with any questions you have. As well as joining us on our stream. So please do go and support Pro Wrestling Eve. They have been linked in the comments once again, and they are in the description down below. You too can learn how to go 12-0. You too can learn how to go 12-0. I'm just a big fan, Dan, but I don't care. All I know is give me a whole year one, baby. Right, are you signing off as well, my love? I am indeed. I'm calling it a night. Thank you to everyone that joined. Let me just quickly go through this again as a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I was wondering where the hell my stream is. For some reason, it's over here now. Okay, so first of all, I just also want to say a big thank you to people who super chatted at the start of the show. Neil Butler, Chris Gannon, News Now, Tammy Lynn. Neil came in for us again. The man, the myth, the legend. Spot Center, and of course, a big thank you as well to those who pointed out how long they've been channel members for Georgia Vandergrift for 29 months, and some channel called Give Me a Whole Year for 32 months. We genuinely appreciate it. And a big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. Straight Edge Monkey, obviously Spot Center, and Chris Gannon. Also Ryan Plays, thank you. Tom, wherever you are, I think Tom might have called it a night by now. Nathan J, Tom Petrina, thank you to everyone that joined us. Generally appreciated. I'll be back for all our channel members on Sunday night, where we do our members only stream, and we're doing a behind the scenes commentary stream of 15 billion years of cosmic Sheevolution. So everything that was going on and on that day, craziness, and some of the things that were originally planned that didn't end up happening for reasons we'll go into on that one. So that is this coming Tuesday night for our special members only stream on all membership levels. 15 billion years of cosmic Sheevolution. So that'll be when I am next live. And then obviously next Sunday, what our members get to choose the matches for us to watch, as we went on about earlier. Nice, man. You've got a busy week ahead planned. I was watching the what is it? Your Wrestle Rumbleverse? What's it called? The Multiverse Rumble. Multiverse Rumble, thank you. I always think of Rich's promotion when I do that for whatever reason. Anyway, the Multiverse Rumble, I was watching you backstage commentary on that the other day. Great entertainment, so thank you for that, brother. And I missed a lot. There was a number of things that I forgot to go on about in that as well. So, oh, really? Right. Yeah, there was so much. It was one of those shows where a lot went on. I can't wait for the WrestleMania one, but, I was there. Cool. I love you, Dan. Thank you so much. Come and join us for Wednesday for Dynamite. And Dan will maybe join us if I may do. You may do. I don't think. Hold on. I might have a better idea now. Hold on. I'll tell you now. Basically, if I'm at the cinema late on Wednesday, then there is a chance that I'll be getting back just in time for Dynamite. What are you going to see? I'm just checking to see if I am at the cinema on Wednesday night. He's checking to see if Frozen Empire's on at cinema. We all know. No. Because okay. So I am seeing Frozen Empire on Wednesday, but I'm seeing the daytime showing. But I might switch that actually to the evening because I do want to check out Civil War one more time in IMAX whilst it's still in IMAX, and I think it loses IMAX this weekend. There we go. I may. But yes, I am seeing Frozen Empire on Wednesday because it's on the big screen. They're moving it from one of the other screens to that screen. So yes. Rock and roll. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We will see you on our channels in the future. And I appreciate everyone at Pro Wrestling Eve. And you are all great people. A massive thank you to Jeff for his super chat earlier on. And I'll see you all in the future. Bye. Bye.
This is the hardcore legend, Mick Foley. Well, hello and welcome to give me a oh yeah. I hope everyone there, right there in Yorkshire, is having a nice day. Bang, bang. Have a nice day. Yeah.